Hello? Buns? She gone and left me with the dance alone streaming. I'm here now, I'm here. Yup. Lies? What do you mean lies? I'm right here. Actually, I was munching on some chips. No, yeah. How are you, Buns? How are you? How was your day? Bored? Why? You didn't do anything? Not gonna lie, I literally just like I'm just starting my day. Yup. Yeah. My parents finally left. Oh my god, are you an orphan now, Buns? Oh my god. I'm sorry. Kidding. So I'm trying out some new games on the PS4. Oh, what kind of games? What games? I've always been an orphan. Was raised by my siblings. You know what? Same. My day was okay. I woke up at like 9 and then like 9 a.m. and then I was awake for like 20 minutes and then I fell back asleep and then I woke up again at like 1 p.m. and then I was awake for like, I don't know, an hour or so, and then I fell back asleep and then I woke up again at like 6. Yup. 6? Yeah, 6. I've been asleep all day. I'm not even kidding. My back hurts, my head hurts, like my body is like sore and like I think my body is finally catching up to me. Like, because this past few days I've been up super late. I haven't slept at all. I've been doing like errands and stuff. Oh, jeez. This is a Final Fantasy game? Wait, what? It's free on PS4? And now we're gonna go play COD? Oh, it's COD! And fanboy over Ghost and honestly, Ghost? I don't know, something about the mask. I don't know. I just like characters who has like mask. Who wears a mask. It's just... Yeah, I was just talking about this yesterday with Yoshi. About how much I like Ghost face. Because, he's like, he wears a mask and he's all like, obsessed with you. It's funny. Yoshi better have a mask when he meets you. One day, we'll see. I'm not gonna force him. We will see. Drop the question. Yep. So my day is barely starting. And, I'm praying that my stream doesn't crash. Because last time when I tried to stream, it kept crashing. Constantly. My stream restarted like 5 times. So I just deleted all of the all of the 5-minute VODs. You know? Alright. Should I just start the game? Hope it crashes. No! No! Don't you do that to me, Buns. Don't you dare do that to me. Go back to Call of the Wild, noob. Ah! Okay, noob. Honestly, Call of the Wild is so fun. It's such a it's like a monitor game. Like I'm like watching like K-drama or like, you know, Fallout, and then I'm playing Call of the Wild on my other monitor. It's so fun, so fun. I bought the DLCs. Oh my god, I'm actually losing money. Oh my god, it's it's crazy. It's crazy. Like I actually bought DLCs for Call of the Wild. It's so addicting. I love it so much, guys. I'm like 30 hours on it now. I can't stop. Oh, is that Riku underscore TTP? Oh my gosh. Share stream. Welcome in, Riku. Welcome in. How are you? How's your day? Please stop losing money. I can't. It's like, it's not fun unless you have a dog. And then it's not fun unless you have an ATV. And then doing like the default maps is so fucking boring. You know? Like recently I've been having so much fun like hunting at like the savannah. Oh my god, hunting lions. It's so fun. It's so fun. Oh my god, Shen mentioned me? Wow. Yes I did. You just gave me your kitten night show. Oh? Thank you for the shout out, Buns. Oh, nice shot, Rico. Nice shot. Yep. Also, Buzz, I gave you nitro because I thought it was funny. You know, it's funny. Haha, hee hee. You know. Oh my god, mommy mentioned me as well. Yes. Oh, is that Kuro? Oh my god, Buzz, can I get a shout out for Kuro too? Welcome in. How are you? How are you? I'm great. My day kind of just started. It's currently 8 p.m. Yep, but it's been good. Wait, why did my clip show up? Because I have a clip player. So whenever I shout someone out, it plays a clip.
But you said LOL, so I'm listening already.
Oh my god! Girl? Also, that shot was nasty. Who is that? Shot the race out of the sky. Was that not you?
Well, you've been busy.
Was that not your shot?
That's what you've been doing while I've been working. I'm stuck.
Hey, my love, I'm good. I just got home.
Okay.
Nice. Wait, what? Just started? What do you mean? Gumbare. Yeah, I just started. I slept basically like the entire day. I can't help it. My body is like, it's like killing me a little bit. You know, I was up for like a long
This
period
kitten
of
just
time.
donated me 30 energy drinks.
What the hell, Buzz? Buzz, is that you? This guy. Did you just donated me $30 on Ko-fi? Kofi? Oh my god, you silly goose, what the heck? You dumbass. Thank you for the like, Yoshi, thank you. Jesus. Wait, I need to know how to do that one day. Oh yeah. If you want to do the clip player, you can just DM me. I'll show you how. Oh my, make sure you drink water and eat honey. Oh, glad you say that, cause Right now, I'm drinking a Diet Coke. No sugar, no calories, and less caffeine, I think. I don't know. I'm trying to cut off caffeine because I have a chronic addiction to caffeine. Yeah. That's not water, honey. Water, drink water. Hey, if you think about it, honey water is basically just sweet water, sugar water. And what is soda if not soda? Is it sugar water with like, you know, carbonated? You know, you get it right. It's you know, basically the same. Yeah, see? Also Shen, who made your YouTube? Ah, I did. I made it myself, Riku, because I'm such a professional and I'm talented as hell. I want to do a face cam, but I don't have one, so I think on YouTube. Oh yeah. I mean, you could just do like PNG. I could teach you to do PNG. Yeah. Yeah, for real? Yeah, for reals. Dirty. Dirty. Why are you playing my clips, Buns? Logic's not there. I can tell. Yeah, you know, I have logic. Kind of. I love the rapper. Bullet time. Yeah, you could? Yeah, of course. Okay, my love, I'm gonna play Velsa. I have to like, thank you for the like, Coral. Thank you. I hope your games go well. Be super pog. Get the W's, you know, smurf them. Pick their smurfs, you know. Good luck, good luck. I love her that. She made you a PNG. Yeah, I made her a PNG. I still need to finish it. I have not finished it. To be fair, I have not drawn anything for like the longest time. Like anything personal, I have not drawn. Like recently, everything that I have drawn has only been for like school, and it's just it's so draining. It's draining me so much. But it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. You know, sometimes you just gotta push it. You know, and like drink lots of caffeine and stay up all night and like just draw for hours with no sleep. You know, that's usually how it works. So cool. Thank you. Yeah. Oh my God, is that Miss Yue Bao? Is that Miss Yue Bao? Oh my God, sounds just like me. Exactly right. See, Yue gets it, you know. Thank you for the shout out, Buzz. I was just gonna ask you to do it. What is this clip?
These nuts down your throat, boy.
What? Shove these nuts. These nuts down your throat, boy.
Now. Or man, you know,
I swear, the only thing that comes out of your mouth is just these nuts. Guys. Also, guys, you wanna hear a joke? You wanna hear a funny joke? What is what is the opposite of 32? What's the opposite of 32, guys? It's a clean 2. So good. I love it. Get it? Cause 32 is dirty. You know, dirty like unclean, like dirty. Not true. I speak substance, facts, truth. Sure, buddy. Sure, buddy. Sure. Okay, okay. Should I start my game now? Dot dot dots. It's funny. It's a funny joke. You know. It's a. I stole it from someone. You're scared of my values? Oh, what's your values? Is it? I don't seem to be scared. Ooh, you ain't so scary. All right. Start it. Okay, I'm starting. My values are these nuts. Are you gonna say that? I knew it. You ain't so silly. These nuts. Okay, where was I? Right here, 14. 11, 12, 14. Okay. Alright, Shen, I'm gonna go start my stream for Elden Ring as well. I'll be lurking. Good luck and have fun. You streaming again? Oh my god! Have fun, Riku! Have fun! Good luck in Elden Ring. I was watching a bunch of people play and they were like struggling so hard. So, good luck! Thank you for coming by. Shen, what do you wait, what is WDYT? Brett and Fred with me? A collab? Oh my god, Yue? I would love to! Brett and Fred? Oh, what would you think? Oh! What do you think? What do you think about Brett and Fred with me? Oh! I'd love to! Oh my god! It'll be so fun! Actually, it'll be so fun! Oh my god. Also, who the heck writes WYT? Cause, okay, the way my brain is working is WYD is what you doing, and then T is something else. What you doing, T? Another roulette? Oh my god! Okay, I'll DM you later. Okay, Yue. Oh my god! I love playing games with Yue.
What was that, Mummy? What happened?
Oh my god, why is it this clip again? What the heck? What the heck is this? Why is it playing this clip again? I have like 100 clips and it chose this one again? What? Oh no. Jesus. Oh, I'm disgusting, guys. Oh my god. So terrible. Best moment? Again? No, not again. Okay. What was I doing? Honestly, okay. Yeah.
Is that good?
This is kitten Discord kitten
wait,
Shinobi.
Like,
Oh my god.
wink.
Eldrin. I'm always confused. I'm unwanting banning myself. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I'm like a big ball of cringe. Okay, what do I have here? I have this. I have a crank. I have a key. I have this. Okay. I also have this. Can I look at it? Oh, okay. I think I remember. Okay. Honestly, I gotta find that one room. She's just a VTuber. I'm Shen's Discord kitten. Yeah, Buzz, give me a yeah, please. Oh, you know what? I'm just gonna board this up. Come here. Come on, son. Are you dead?
Son of a bitch.
Oh, you're not dead. Whoa! He flopped. You guys saw that? He like flopped. Oh my goodness. She bought me nitro. Yeah, it was funny. I did it 'cause it was funny. Yeah. Did I do well? Buns, what did I do to you? What have I turned you into? You used to not act like this before. What happened? Why are you acting like this now? Okay, I commit too much to the bit sometimes. Calm thyself. Yeah, calm thyself. I'll leave. Yeah, leave. Okay, I'm in this room. So, what is this? Oh wait, there's a knife there? Hold on. I didn't grab it. I can't grab it. Oh shit, I missed. Where's the knife? Oh, right here. Okay. And then I need a fuse right here. And then I also need... Oh shit. Die. Can he even hurt me? Wait, this is the officer I pulled out. Oh! Wait, I'm here now. Okay. That whiff was insane. Hey, this isn't Valorant, okay? This isn't Valorant. Okay? You know, it's different. It's a different game. Yeah, what's in here? A blue herb, red jewel, key. I don't need this anymore. Oh, okay. No. Okay. Mag, ammo, gunpowder, blue herb, grenade. Well, I'm gonna... Never mind, I don't need it. Okay. I opened this. Watchman's room. Where did I not go? Upstairs? Is that upstairs? You did too much to me, that's why I'm like this? Oh, I'm sorry. I forever blame you. Oh, I'm so sorry, Buns. This is my apologies. I'm crying. I'm in tears. I'm posting this on YouTube. I'm gonna get put on those VTuber news channels. You know. It's oh, okay. Why are they all alive? Okay. Google Doc right now. Ah! These are dogs. Come here. Ah! Ah! Reload! Are you still alive? Oh my god, did all the zombies come back to life? What? Oh my god! That's right, cry for your Discord kitten. Feel bad for your Discord kitten. Spoil me? Buzz. Buns. I think you need a girlfriend. I I'm I'm not sure. Okay, I need a card for this power panel part. Where did I go for the power panel? It's the stairs here. This door is locked. I'm in jail. No, I just need Jesus. You need you need Jesus. Oh, I see. I also need Jesus. Oh shoot. Okay. Power panel. Where's the power thingy? No, it's locked. I'm committing to my full catfish stepmom mummy kitten status. Oh, that's a lot of that's a lot of names. Buns, are you sure? Are you sure you wanna commit to being a kitten? Okay, since this is on, do I need another one? I don't, right? I could turn on the power now, right? Okay, this. Okay, hopefully Mr. X doesn't get me. No? Do I need another one? Okay. Where have I not gone? Here. Should I go back to the sewers? You sound like you want me to be your kitten? I mean, Buns, I would rather have a real kitten than a Discord one. You know? I mean, no offense. Is it offensive? Hello there, I have arrived. Welcome in, Chaos, welcome in. How was your day? How was work? Did you have fun or anything? I don't know. Okay, wait, I'm just back here again. Save.
Oh, god damn it, I'm stupid.
Think of the shadow, Buns. Hello? Chaos? Rude? Oh yeah? Hello there? Rude? Okay. Wait, can I go in here now? No. Okay, we're gonna go here.
What do you want me to do?
Oh, is that June? Pierce? And I was here, right? Wait, there's a purple orb? What? I didn't see this. Not purple blue, I mean. But Beshin, I'll go get a suit and ship myself in a box to your house. But you're spelling. Sure. So I see the new clip player is running smoothly. Actually, I did not change it. It's still the old one, Chaos. I haven't changed it. Not gonna lie, I completely forgot about it. I'm glad it's working now. You know? Bark for me, little boy. Hey, yo! Hey, yo! Little boy? Why is this guy still alive? Okay. What?
Should we just wait here?
Safety deposit room.
I wake up in 30 minutes. 30 minutes? Hey yo, what?
What is
Why are you
this?
here this entire time? asleep.
What?
You're making it seem like I'm holding you like at gunpoint, you know?
What? Hey yo, you were about to rate here? Oh yeah. You're like, what was that clip about? Okay, wait, can I go in here? I could. What is I gonna do here? Nothing? It's the office room. How do I get here? What? Okay, we're gonna go back here. What is this? Second floor? I am on the... I'm on the... I'm on the... What floor am I on? First floor? I believe Rebel Wolf sleeping and waking up. Oh, I see. I see. I'm devolving. there. Devolving. Honestly, guys, I think I devolved too. I swear I wasn't this dumb when I was like in high school, guys. Oh shit. Fuck no. Did I go here? Okay, this is the... I need a clove key. Wait, I have a heart key, right? Hold on, what do I have? Wait, no, this is a... diamond key. Diamond key? Diamond key? What do I need diamond key for? Oh, this room. Okay. Upstairs. Linen room. Return to fish. You were this dumb in high school? Was I? No, I wasn't. I swear to God, I was a lot smarter. Okay. Pre-streamer era, I was living my best life. Honestly, me too. Pre-streaming era, I was like a lot smarter, you know. And I had hobbies that I actually like doing, and then now as a streamer, I lost brain cells actually. I lost so much brain cells. It's crazy. Oh my god. You went too far back. Okay, which door was I? Door across from me? This one? No, not this one. This one? This door? Okay. Oh my god. Ah! Oh my god, he on me. Okay, gunpowder. That's everything in this room, right? Okay. And then I don't have any more weapons. All I have is this goddamn knife. Here's the key, here's the key. There you go. Okay, I'm in the laundry room now. Oh my god, another puzzle. Shen was book smart, but not street smart. Shen remembered to pass the class, not remember to learn. She stole them. Honestly, honestly, that is so true. Okay, you only feel smarter because you have to memorize things. Honestly, true, so true. Okay, my only goal was to pass it, not to learn anything. Okay, like I barely did any work, and like, you know, it's just haha. It worked though, you know, it worked. You know, I'm honestly surprised that, you know, I'm like I graduated. Okay, now I can reload. I have bullets now. I have no clips. Yeah, Buns doesn't stream. Imagine a clip happened. I know, right? Imagine. Okay. I could look at this now. This. Okay, this. Wait, which one's this one? Okay. This. Oh no, this. Is it this one? Okay. This. Oh, this. Was it not this one? Okay, this. Okay, I'm so confused. Okay, this. What? This. That one's third. This one's okay. No. This one. And then this one. Okay. This one. No. Oh my god! I don't know why I keep pressing that one. This one, this one, and then this one. Dun. Honestly, chaos for the clip roulette. Oh, chaos for the clip roulette. Well, you have permission. Oh, do it. Oh, I just remember I wanted to check something with the stream elements. You have permission? I'll wait till Shen till Shen's happen. Successfully added command. Oh my god, wait, it actually worked. Just testing it out. Ooh. Command delete test. WW. I didn't know you could do that. I thought you had to like manually like put in commands and stuff. Like through the site. Okay, now how do I down? Is it over here? Oh, this is your fight with Sephiroth. I was about to say Sekiro. The fight that took you forever. I remember. Okay, and I need a crank for this. How much percentage of these? Toes? I'll come back here. Sephiroth has been defeated. God damn. No matter where Sephiroth is, he is a pain to fight. Oof. Yup. But guys, Sephiroth he's so hot. Okay, 4-1. Fire escape? Oh, I went the wrong way. Okay. It's downstairs. What the heck is that? Invalid syntax? This is a ding test command. What?
Marvin.
Marvin?
Oh no. Damn it.
Rip, Marvin, rip. Can I TP on his ass? Damn, I can't. I can crouch. It's okay. Oh my goodness. Oh, thank you for the follow, Bates Cakes. Welcome, welcome in. Welcome to the stream. Everybody be nice. Okay, over here. This room. Oh my god! Go in! Oh my god, the fire! That scared the shit out of me! Oh my goodness! Oh my god! Oh my goodness! No, Klaus' friend is hot. Ooh, Klaus' friend is hot. Personally, I don't know. I like Cloud. Kingdom Hearts 1. Sephiroth is the harder one out of Kingdom Hearts. Is it really? Oh my god. I did not know. I never played a Kingdom Hearts game before. Okay, since I can use this now. Push it in. You wanna know where it is? 103. Oh, thank you for the hydrate walk. Thank you, thank you. I have my trusty diet Coke now. Thank you, thank you. Boo! Oh my god, Kayla! Welcome in! How are you? How was your trip? Sokon? Sokon these nuts? You guys are adding all sorts of commands now. Leon is so hot. Leon is so freaking hot. I love Leon. I don't know if you can tell from my title, but I love Leon Kennedy. I love Leon Kennedy. It's just... it's the word of God. I love Leon Kennedy. Toes? Touch toes with... You gotta add the name, I think. Like in brackets. Is that how it works? I think so, right? 1, 0, 3. I think she loves Leon Kennedy. I do love Leon Kennedy, alright? I love Leon Kennedy. Honestly, I think I love Leon Kennedy more than I love Jill. Because Jill is kinda... She's kinda dumb. Okay, 203. Is that it? 203? 203. 203. Okay, now this side is open. Okay, more space. W. And then I have a knife. Here. But I'm gonna go see what's in general right now. No, don't. I see. Don't do it. It's very sussy. Mommy went in the closet. I don't want to go there. Okay. Goddamn. Oh, you deleted the toast command. Oh yeah. Okay, you need the brackets. It's time to see. Oh my god. How's the game going, Shen? It's going really good right now. Yeah, it's going really good. This guy is literally camping me right here by the door.
I saw him listen, I got that dog in me, and then I barked like See, I got that dog in me.
I got the dog in me. Woof, 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 woof. See that? I got a dog in me. Woof, woof, woof. Yoshi. Oh my goodness. You calling me a soy boy? Soy boy? Yes, sir. Apparently, soy dog. Oh my goodness. Is there two of them? Why can't I? Okay. I could run here. But the monster is right there though. I can run across. West office. Okay. Bro, go away. He's blind, right? He's blind, he can't see. But then, he's literally camping me right here. Bro, go somewhere else. I can't move, he's literally... Ah! Go, get it! Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Damn. No, I smell your pig. Wait, you still alive, Marvin? I thought I killed you. I thought I killed you.
I'll stop this, Lieutenant. I promise.
Just in case? Just in case? Okay. Alright. Shit, the monster is called liquor. Okay, okay. The liquor, okay? Y'all heard of Sternova? Sternova? No. See. Up here, right? Up here? Yeah, I need to heal. Okay, waiting room. Wait till Shen sees the big man. The big man? You mean me, Mr. X? Oh, I saw Mr. X. He's kinda... I'm going back in the closet. No, Buns. Thank you for the hydrate killer. Thank you, thank you. Right. Hopefully, I could find like a healing item. All I have is a blue herb. Can I open this? Hydrant? What's this room? A heart? There's an upstairs and a downstairs. Should I go upstairs first? Let's go upstairs. It seems like the most safe place. He already said hello to the guy in the prison. Yeah, I saw him in the prison. What's this? Okay. More grenades? Wait, can I not combine them? Combine. Flash grenade? What? Oh, is the max only 3? Oh, okay. Anything. So close, 1.7k right now? 1.7k? Guys, I thought we already moved on from that, you know? Like, there's no point in doing the cover. I told you guys it's all a bait, you know? To make you guys watch my stream, you know? Oh my god, Kennedy. Oh my god, Leon, please! Oh, that gotta hurt. You wish, kiddo? Oh yes, it's different with Claire though, I forgot. I played the whole game with Claire, but I haven't beat it with Leon yet. Oh! I see. Where'd the Ghostface match when you mentioned? Oh yeah, I was talking about Ghostface. Yeah. I was talking about how much I like Ghostface. Because he's like, you know, sinister and like he wears a mask. and like, you know, young girl here have like a masking. Okay, where am I? Cleaning in progress. Oh. Okay. I'm on this side now. Anything here? No. Get wrecked. Shit, Modern Warfare is gonna take 3 hours to download. I'm sorry. 3 hours? What the heck, Buns? How bad is your Wi-Fi right now? Oh my god. Wait, what? Which one, Buns? Oh. Oh my god. Thank you for the bonk, Kayla. PS4 one. What the heck is that noise? Green herb. Okay, now I could like heal myself. Combine this one. Okay. Is there zombies in there? Oh my god, this freaking generator.
Fuck.
Ah! I was trying to stab you anyway. Okay, this is another knife. Oh yeah, that's the knife I was using. Okay. You dead? Like actually? Okay. Okay, ma'am. Left. Right. What does that do? My goodness. How many times have you gotten a jump scare, Shen? A few. I think I got jump scared more with the dogs than I do of like the actual monsters. Like the liquor was pretty scary, but like zombies, they're pretty tamed. You know, I only died like twice. Once to like the boss, the first boss, and that's it. All right, a key. Got a key. I got a key now. I can save. Jesus. For the like, UA. I'm like trying to reach chat. When it first came out, I enjoyed it. It was fun. It was a good game. I see. Then they started nerfing shit and no longer balanced. Old Warzone. Oh, you guys talking about COD? Okay. It's like nothing here. That's it? Is that it? Nothing in this room? Y'all excited for Black Ops 6? Maybe. My brother wants me to play COD with them, but then like last time I played with them, it was not a good experience. Yep. How do I get out now? Oh, it poured water. Is it gonna stop? Oh my god!
Jesus Christ!
Is he chasing me? How do I escape?
Jesus.
Run! Get him! Run! Leon, run! He's right next to me! Leon, run! Wait. Was he always blue? I don't remember him being blue. gonna keep chasing me now? Wait, no way. Okay, where do I go now? I need a heart key to go here. Floor 1. Basement? How do I get here? How do I get here? Under the stairs? Huh. Okay. He doesn't know where I'm at, right? Okay, dark room sink. Oh yeah, there's a oh no, this is the photo thing. Okay. Oh, I have the clove key now. Okay, I know where to go. He's ah! Sorry. Oh my god, I'm so sorry! Ah! Leave me alone, please. Okay. I could go operation room, up, and then down. Okay. Over here. Over here, right? No, not this side. This side? Oh my god. He will wander around the station now and chase you when he sees you? Okay. He can smash you into a wall, beat you up, smash you in the head. Oh. And then he fulfill all your king's AO. Hey yo, I mean, tie you up and sacrifice you? You really could do it? Hey yo, I mean, if it's like that, then maybe I'll actually consider. Oh my goodness, you guys are making it sound like it's a good thing. Over here. Over here. Oh my god. Run! Get away! Run! Where is it? Where's the freaking door? Right here. Yeah! Oh my god. Okay, I need to stop getting hurt. What is this? A tool? Oh, a tool. Okay, I know what this is for. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. Yeah, watch the death animation. Yeet. Open doors. Oh my god. The animation of him killing me, Mr. X. Is it good? Like, is it hot? I need to drop something. Can I? Okay, can I just throw this? Oh my god! Oh fuck! How did he know? How did he know? I'm gonna die. Holy shit, I'm gonna die. Holy shit, I'm gonna die. Holy shit, I'm gonna die. Oh fuck! I'm dead. Oh my god! Holy shit! He found me so quick! Oh my god! I have seen Discord, y'all are crazy in it? Okay, only buns! Okay, only buns. Shan, save yourself. Shan, save and see for yourself. I don't want to die though, but it's okay. I'm already dead. That bitch laughed like the bitch she was. It's okay. Where am I? 15? Oh yeah, I'm back over here. Okay. Someone lose a key? See, no, I'm prepared, okay? I'm prepared, I know where to go. Okay, since I'm here, I might as well put this away. Oh, more gunpowder. Might as well make more ammo. Okay. Blue herb. Okay. Hand grenade, flash grenade. Alright, alright. I'm ready, I'm ready. I'm so ready. Yeah, he's very aggressive. Okay, Mr. X. Turning this on. Come out. Come out. Come get me.
Jesus Christ!
Come get me. Okay. See how he kills you? Alright, alright. I wanna see. Mr. X! Oh! 6 feet tall! Dorito build! It's just my type! How you missed! Hey yo! Hey yo, he's flipping me over? Come give me. Oh! Oh, he missed! Come on! Welcome in, Hobie! Welcome in! He just punched me in the face. Is that it? Wait, I just died. There's no animation? Does it have to be like a certain, like, you know, a certain situation? Oh, I see, I see. Interesting name. Twitch Cloudy Fairy Rhinoceros Pupper. If you're lucky, yeah. Oh, I see, I see.
But, yeah.
I see. Oh, Mario.
And they're fun. They play a lot of fun games.
Dun, 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 dun. I love Mario, guys.
Shy Guy saved me! Oh no.
Thank you for the like, Riku. Thank you, thank you. Riku is watching me from the closet. Hey, yo. Oh, here you go. Alright, I said I was gonna do this every time she died. Shut up, shut up. Oh, no. No, I'm not. It's not me, I swear. Alright, alright. Say, boku no chinchin wa oki desu? Boku no chinchin wa oki desu? Oh my gosh.
Jesus
Jen?
Christ!
Is that you?
I said it.
That is me. What do you mean? Is that me? That's me? Run, Leon, run! He's slow, he can run.
Cracked gamer? Yeah, cracked gamer.
Okay,
Alright,
over
go,
here,
be sick.
over here.
You wanna see? I'll do it. I'll even play on stream.
Oh my goodness! Why are you playing it again? Jesus. No, where's Mummy Clip? Mom doesn't stream. Yeah, and only moms can do shoutouts. It's like a default thing. I didn't really change anything, so don't blame me. Was that the Sekiro clip? It is. It was. Okay, why did I go over here? I think I should be going to the other room. This one? That way I could just go straight. Proof? Yes, it was proof. Okay. Over here. Like close this window. Okay. How does he know I'm here? Wait. I can literally hear him. Grab this. Anything else? Anything else? Or this, also this. Okay. I'm gonna run back over here. Oh my god, Mr. X. Get away from me! Please! I love chasing boys, but I don't like it when boys chase me. You know? It's I'm a chaser, alright? Okay. Over here? What do I have? What do I have? Obtain power panel part. I need another one? Oh wait, that's right. I need another one. Okay. I'm here. I need a heart thingy here. Wait, am I missing something? Oh my god. It's because you're blasting all the zombies? Oh, you could. Oh my god, he has ears! That's right! Okay. He has ears. Come here. Okay. Mr. X has a crush on Leon too. I could tell. I see that. Muse at you? Muse? Mom? Okay, I'm gonna go back in here. Check if I'm missing anything. Am I not missing anything? Oh, okay. No, what's this? Can I grab that? A grenade? And then that's everything in this room. I could just leave now, right? Floor 2. Oh, that's right. I need a like computer thingy. Huh. Okay, I need a computer thingy for this room. The waiting room. Oh yeah, the safe for this room. Fire escape. I need a key for this room. 3rd floor. The locker room for the lock for this room. How do I get here? Oh, okay. I go here. How do I get there? Where am I? Where am I? 4-1. Okay. Okay. Okay, I'm just gonna make a run for it. Shen, I feel unsafe. Yue, I feel unsafe. Oh my god. Okay. I'm in here. Heart room. Fuck. Okay. can just make a run for it. And go to the west office, which is to my right. Okay. Huh. Yeah, mom, stop harassing Yue. Okay. In here. You can just ban him, Yue. Okay, now I'm here. Up. Floor 2. Floor 2. Floor 2, how do I get... Floor 1? Floor 2? Huh? The stairs is right there. I don't want to go here anymore. Okay. Okay. Is a ladder here? What is this ladder for? What is this? A jack? Oh! Okay, this is the library. Okay. Upstairs. Okay, okay. You did this to me, Shen? I didn't do nothing. I didn't do nothing. Mr. X likes it when Leon plays hard to get. Honestly, I get it. I get it. I get it. I get it. Just spray him with a water bottle. Yeah, just spray buns with a water bottle. Wait, this door is locked? What? Wait, I thought that door was unlocked. You gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me. Okay. Not gonna go back. What? Does it only open one way? No way. Okay, long... Damn, I gotta go over here. Okay. Anyways, I go shower. Have fun in the shower, buns. Have fun. Oh, make sure you scrub really clean. You know, scrub everything. Scrub in between. I'm gonna be lurking, buns. How do I crouch? But no way! I didn't even see him! I didn't even see him! You gotta be kidding me! I did not even see him! What the heck? No! Oh my god, Mr. X! I'm dying! I'm dying! How do I... I'm gonna have your stream open! Thank you, Buns. Thank you, thank you. To get points, okay. Thank you, thank you. Oh, this is it. No, I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm stuck. I'm dead. Leave me alone, please. Oh my god. Fuck. Share the jack. I need a jack. I need like the little. Oh wait, I have it. Wait, never mind. I'm dumb. Wait, I just got it. I'm dumb. Okay. Come over here. Come over here. Come over here. Oh my god. Oh my god. Hold on. Do I have time though? Do I have time? Do I have time? This thing? Okay, now I can move it. Is it? Ah! Oh my god, that scared me! Okay. Okay, I know. I know what to do now. I know what to do. Okay. Bait him by climbing up the ladder and then move. Ah, okay. You're right. Okay. You're right. You're right. Okay, okay. Okay, okay. Okay, okay. Okay. Store this. Combine with this. Okay. I got it. Bro pushed you? Covered you against the shelves? Yeah, kind of hot too, right guys? That was kind of hot. Wait for him to come here. And I go over here. Right? This is where I win, right? First floor? Oh, records room. Okay. Reception, records room. Come here. Come here.
Jesus Christ!
Jesus Christ! Missed. Yeah, follow Kel. Would you like to give a shout out to Kel, Buns? Is he gonna come here? Wait, why is he not showing up? Okay, I hear him.
No!
I have no idea who Kel is. Kel is
Okay, I'm not gonna lie.
Why am I speaking? I shouldn't be speaking in game chat.
Kel is
I'm
one
not
of
gonna lie,
Riku's
the,
and Mist friends. She's like super cracked at Valorant. Yeah, I play Valorant with them like every now and then. And she's like super cracked.
It's actually kind of nice.
Wait, he's not showing up.
Do you guys think the Oni Vandal is ever gonna appear in my shop?
Wait.
One day.
Wait. I hear him. Why isn't he? Oh, he's right there. He's right there. Okay, come here, come here. Can you use your handcuffs on me, officer? Officer? Okay, Yoshi being saucy. Should listen for his footsteps. I do. I hear it. But like, it's so like I hear it, but like he walks so slow, and like I can barely hear it. You know, like it feels like it's far away, but he's close. Like does that make sense? It was a typo? Sure, buddy. Sure, buddy. Okay, R.I.P. Marvin. R.I.P. You were a great, I don't know, I only knew you for like, not that long, but you were a great sacrifice. Can I block this? You know what? I'm just gonna ignore you, zombie. I'm gone. Okay, some more gunpowder. Okay, this tool. He's here! Wait, no, that's a zombie.
Shit!
Ah! Okay, fine. I hate it. I hate that I don't hear him opening doors. Okay, now I have the crank. I could go to the library. Library. Okay. Okay. And she don't touch them. Toes? I like toes though. I'm more of a hand person though. You know, I like hands-on activities. Guys. Wait, did I go the right way? I did right? I did right? Wait, this is the wrong way! Oh my god. Okay. It's fine. It's fine. I could go around. Right? Oh yeah, did I go up here? 3rd floor. Oh, I didn't go upstairs. That's right. I might as well go up here. Since I'm here. And I don't want to turn back. Is it like healing items? Herbs? Wait, I did come up here. Am I missing something here? Locker room? Oh, okay. Got that. Balcony. Storage room. Damn, I'm out of space! Okay, heart's key. No, you didn't see. What the heck is this? A large gear? Okay, you know what? I will come back. I will come back here. I can't get out. Ah! Go here. I will come back. Promise. Can I... Wait, if I'm in the balcony, can I just... escape it? Like go back around? Hold on. Wait. Wait, can I just go back around? Can I? Oh no. I could, right? I hear him again. No way, he's here. Shen over here chilling. I was at the borrow time. You know, I'm stalling. You know, that's the whole point of this game. Can I go here? Oh, this is the. No way. No way he shows up here. No way. Okay. Okay, speed running. Speed running. Yeah, I know, he sounds so close. Okay. Go over here. Over here. Okay, see, now he can't bother me anymore. Okay. Then I can move this. Hurry up, Leon. Three, right? Three is all I need, right? 3 is all I need. This door better open. This door better open. Okay. Wait, I'm just here. Wait. That's it? Oh, wait. What? Was I not able to come over here? Oh, wait, there's 2 floors. Oh, look at him. He's over there. What a loser. Boo-hoo, Yeah, I know. Fuck! Oh my god, Leon! It's 2-on-1, unfair! Yeah, I think I'm gonna put away the car keys. I don't think I need it. Are you dead? Nope, you're not. Fuck! Oh, I didn't mean to do that! Fuck. Oh. I thought I... Oh, did I noose up my knives? Already? What the heck? Wait. Oh, shit! Wait, how did he get up here? So fast! Fuck. Okay. I spent way too much time fighting those freaking zombies. Fuck! Ah! Oh. Well, I'm just back here again. Shit! Okay. No way. Can I go downstairs? I didn't go down here, right? No? Hearts key? Okay. What is this? Oh, the gym! Okay. Anything else? Combine? Am I missing anything? I am missing something in here. What am I missing? What am I missing? Oh! Gunpowder. A note? August 14, 1998. Reason for confiscation. A suspicious man was found at the location listed above. When confronted by an officer, he tried to escape by acting confused, but was arrested. A note he had on him was confiscated. Remarks: it's not like everyone doesn't know who it is, but it's Justin Hansen, age 37, city resident, single, and a regular fixture in our jail. He wasn't a bad guy per se, just a bit of a bird brain kleptomaniac. Kleptomaniac? Oh my god. I can't believe he tried to pull a fast one in a police station. Of all places, though. It's a scrap of the paper in the plastic bag. 6-2-11. 6-2-11. 6-2-11. 6-2-11. 6-2-11. 6-2-11. Wait, I can't get out! Fuck. Okay. 6-2-11. Ah! Oh my god. Oh my god, I need I can't, is it there? No. Don't follow me, please. He's not here, right? Mr. X. It's a safe combination? Oh! Okay. Oh, fuck. I can't go here. I need to. Run, Leon! Don't let him touch you! Oh my god. Okay. Over here. I know where to go. In here? No, not here. In here. This room in here. This room. This safe? Oh. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What was it? 2? 1, 2, 11. 8, 9, 10, 11. Did I do it wrong? Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1. Oh wait! I'm going the wrong way! Whoops! I'm dumb. Okay. No. Oh my god, I messed up. 1. Wait, this is right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, okay. Yeah, I am going the wrong way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay. What is this? Matilda? Get away from me. Okay. Safe place. Where is the safe place? Wait. Let me look at the map. Item box. Can I just save here? Hold on. Hold on, let me save here. I don't wanna die. Here? 11? Okay. Store. Might as well store this too. I need this. I'll take this out. What else do I need? I don't need this anymore. I might as well store it. Okay. Combine. Okay, what's in here? Stars badge. What do I need this for? Stars badge. Okay, might as well combine this with this. Combine this with this. Okay. Okay. Oh, I don't need this anymore? Okay. Might as well put it in here. Store this crank. Oh, there, I gotta go back upstairs, huh? Okay. Do me a favor. Is your handgun title? Is my handgun title? Matilda. Wait! Yeah, it is Matilda. Wait, is it an add-on? Is that what it is? Wait, is it a silencer? Hold on. Wait, I'm so dumb. Wait. Oh my god. Wait, chaos. Oh my gosh. Wait, hold on. Wait. Oh my god. Wait, you're onto something. What the fuck? Am I dumb? Oh my god. Hold on. Oh my god, now I have more bullets. Hold on. Oh my god, wait. Oh my god, wait. Oh my god, wait. This is so much better. Wait. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Hold on. Okay, how do I get up? Over here. Reading room? Okay. I know where to go. What the heck? I love Leon Kennedy too, but you know what else I love? Stupid Damien. Thank you, Yoshi, thank you. You're welcome for pointing it out. Thank you, Chaos. Oh my gosh, I would have been playing with a default gun for like the longest time.
What the?
Purple? Oh, blue? I mean. Die already, bro. Okay, there's another one here, right? It's over here. This? Oh shit. She's okay. Ah! Oh my god. That scared me. Mr. X. How are you still alive? I tried you so many times. Okay, big twig energy. Oh my god, Yoshi! Thank you for the dirty bits. What the F? What the Leon Kennedy. cute. Thank you, thank you. Oh my god. Big twig energy? What the F? Yes, what the F? Jesus. Can I go here? Jail? Oh my god. That's why I thought for the safes. Aha! Damn. Oh my god. Hell yeah! Giant twerking guys! Stop missing bits! God damn it! You guys are like dummies. Location: police station, west side, clock tower. Due to the high cultural value of the bell, I'm calling a specialist in to make the repairs. We'll go over the details once they're on the scene. But in the meantime, I'll take steps to secure the bell since the yoke is threatening to break. The yoke? The yoke? Is it here? Anything in here? No? Oh! Can I put this in here? It doesn't fit! Damn! Wait. Do I need a different one then? A different one? What over here? Okay. Clock tower! Well, you gave us other things to use it on. But like, guys, I don't need bits. I don't need bits. You know? You just use regular emotes. Ha ha ha. You know? Where am I? I am here. The stairs is there. Let me look here first. Nothing else here? What is this? Gunpowder? Large gunpowder. You don't need them, but you want to spend them? No. I don't need bits. Oh, stairs. Oh my god, Leon, can you walk? Mr. X wants to crush Leon in tiny bits. Ooh. Hey, what is that? I also want to crush Leon. A small gear. Small gear. Can I use this one over here? Is it possible? Yeah? And then it goes down? Right? Or no? It's moving, right? How do I... Maybe I did it wrong. I feel like I'm not supposed to put it here. Right? And I need another one? Okay. Huh, can I take this one? Can I put it up here? Okay. Hopefully it works, right? This one? Yeah? Oh, okay. loud the clock is clocking. Damn, that is so loud. Okay, now we have another part. That's right,
I
that's
don't
right.
have to write a report on this.
We have another electric power part. Where is it, where is it, where is it, where is it? Okay. And then now I could go back to the to the to the what is it? I could go back to the prison. Is there another door here? Is that door? This door? This is the door I came from, right? This side? I go here. It's this way. Okay. There's still this locker room right here that I need to do. Clock tower. Wait, I could just go through the clock tower? Hold on. Oh wait, no, never mind. It's blocked off. I forgot. Oh my god. It's blocked off. Okay. How do I get back? How do I get back to the basement? Okay. Okay, main hall. Basement? I went through the sewer thingy? Oh, this is stairs here. Okay. Stairs here. Okay. First floor. East office. Watchman's room. Okay, okay. How do I get down? I'm gonna just ignore you, zombie. I'm just ignore you. Oh my god, he's right there! He doesn't know? He doesn't see me? No? I can't! Fuck! I can't fall down! I can't fall down! I can't! Hit me again! Hit me again! Hit me again! Hit me again! Fine! I can't! Oh my god! I can't move! Fuck! Okay. There's gotta be another. Okay, I'm gonna just go over here. Shit. Damn, I don't wanna. I don't wanna go like circle all around. Fuck. Oh my god. Okay, the heart's door. Over here. Now I could go down. Third floor. Wanna see? Okay. Oh, this is good. This is good. Leon's looking like he's in a bit of a pain. No, maybe he is. Okay, maybe he is. He's trying, okay? He's trying. Okay, on the second floor, reading room. Over here. Am I going the right way? Fire escape, the roof. I gotta go to the first floor. First floor. Okay. Gotcha, gotcha. Okay. Shen, take time. Take care. Huh? Oh, take him to bed. I mean, if I can. He just misses Leon. They used to date. Leon is his ex. I see. I mean, I love lover boys. Okay, in here, the watchman's room. How does it know? Stop! Oh my god! Fucking shits! Fucking shits! Get up, Leon! Get up! Can I use this? Okay. No, please. No, please. No, please. No. Is that safe room? Safe room? Right here? Okay. 12? Oh my god. Him? I can't type. I'm sorry. I'm tired, Shen. Buns? I mean, if you want to sleep, Buns, you could go sleep if you want to. Okay. You know what? Equip. Put bullets in it. Okay. I have 2 slots. To put this away. I don't think I need this. Okay. The blue herb is for poison. No, I'm not getting poison yet. Mag ammo, blue herb, key, flash grenade. Okay. Gunpowder large. I'm just gonna keep that here. Okay. And I got the stars badge. Should I bring this? A key? Okay, never mind. Okay. Since you bought me Nitro, does that mean I'm your favorite one in the fantasy BL harem? It's not a fantasy BL harem! It's not even a harem. It might be a fantasy. I mean, BL, maybe, you know. I don't know what you do with June. But it's not a harem, okay? Okay. Go over here. That board is up. Oh my gosh. Wrong gun! I thought I had my pistol out. Okay. In here? No, wait, I just came back here. Wrong way. Okay. Hey, this goes down. Wait, I'm not trying to go down. I'm trying to go up. I'm so confused. Okay. Okay, where am I going? I'm trying to go to the basement. The stairs here. Where does that stairs go to though? The roof? The roof? The roof? Oh wait, no, it's right here. Wait, am I dumb? Wait, this is it, right? This is it! Oh my god, I was going the right way. Fuck. Okay. I'm dumb. Oh my goodness. Don't forget Kenny and Miss. Oh my god. A four-way. I want to dive my face into Leon. Oh, me too. Cantators. Also, welcome in, John. Welcome in. How was your day? What did you do? Did you do anything fun? Or anything at all? Okay, parking garage. Parking garage. Oh, here. Deserves a pin. Does indeed. Oh my god, why me? Why you keep doing me, Buns?
Oh, spicy food.
Oh my goodness. Okay. This is the right way. Oh, over here. Okay. If I pull the lever thingy, doesn't all of the doors open? And then wouldn't I die? Yeah. Where'd I put it? Did I put it? No way. Okay, now I gotta do puzzle? Oh my god. Okay. This works, right? Okay, it has to go like that. That doesn't work? That doesn't work? Okay, this one's corner. This one has to go like this. Like this. Like this. Like this. Okay. Okay. I did it. I just woke up, Lamau. Oh my god. Oh my god. Cause I'm gonna go. Oh, bye Buns. Bye Buns. Good night, mommy. Have a good night. Rest well. Make sure you lock your doors, lock your windows, lock your closet. Cause I'm gonna lurk. Honestly, I just woke up too. I woke up at like 6 p.m. Like actually woke up, not like get up and like, you know, do stuff. Like I actually woke up. What is this for? Am I doing this wrong? Ah, okay. Uh-oh. There we go.
Huh?
I like my window open. So I can jump out ASAP if I'm in danger like a kitty. Okay, Mom. Okay, good night, Buzz. Good night, Mummy. Ma'am, you got problems? I know. I really need to go to therapy. Like, actually. Lab? Underground lab? He said the B word. Uh-oh. Ada? Ada has a lab? Underground? But that doesn't explain the rumors about the orphanage. I just find it way too coincidental. Umbrella's one of the benefactors. He told me this interview was about the new scholarship Umbrella setup. Come on, Annette. Who the fuck is Annette? Oh, they want to know about the G virus. Oh, wait, he wasn't. Okay, so he was recording his and Annette's interview. Okay, bitch. And then Ada is okay. Ben's memo. The station is swarming with monsters. Even here I can hear their cries. But it's not the zombies I'm afraid of. Codename Tyrant. Tyrant? The ultimate bioweapon developed by those bastards in the utmost secrecy? To think that thing might be wandering around here. Oh my god! Chances are they've ordered it to wipe out the witnesses. Oh my god!
What are they at?
What is this? First aid? What are they after? Okay, now I have a card. Can I leave? Fuck. I can leave now, right? Come at me, come at me. Come at me, come on. Ah, fuck, I'm dead. I'm dead. Okay. I'm dead, holy shit. Fuck, I'm dead. Fuck. No, get out of the way! I can get out! Rose! No! Okay. Okay, okay. Holy fuck, why are you here? Come here, come here. Ah! Oh my god, wait, wait. Oh my god. What if your bedroom is on the 10th floor of a building? Mommy would still jump. Stop! I'm dead! Wait. Here? Here? God. Mr. X! Oh no! God, he has so much wrinkles! Oh, finally! Ada? Oh my god. Damn! Oh my god! He's dying!
Your ass, that's twice.
Are you trying? Bite back?
This isn't a
Bite
game.
back? He's a choker? Yeah. He's a choker.
Dies down here.
What? It exploded?
Take it you have the key card.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're no help, ma'am.
I was hoping you could explain what's on it.
Maybe. After I hear it. Let's get out of here.
Okay, ma'am. Do you have, like, a first aid
We might
kit,
wanna open
per
the
chance?
shutter.
No? Escape the police station. Wait for me. Oh my god, how are you wearing heels and walking uphill? Yeah, she got some strong ankles, guys.
Is that the intel you needed?
Unfortunately, no. Ben didn't come through.
Well, what exactly are you looking for?
More info on the
Wait,
people
this a-
responsible for this mess.
Is there first aid kit in there?
What about you? Trying to save the world?
No, this is my
told
first
Lieutenant Brennan
day on
I'd
the
bring
job.
Good luck getting that.
Okay. Good talk. Good talk. What is this? A sinkhole? What are they building
Road's
here?
out. Going through that gun shop looks like the only way.
A gun shop. Nice. Can I get more bullets? Oh, she's lockpicking? Oh my god, wait, that's so hot. Ada.
What a mess.
Is there anything here? Can I grab that? Grenade? Oh my god! Okay. I'm stronger! Letter to shopkeeper. Kendall, it seems like you got your reason for staying put, so I trust you to take care of yourself. Still, if things get worse and your other arrangements don't work out, you know where to find me. I'll do everything I can. Jill! Oh my god, Jill! Oh my god! Jill Valentine, I missed you so much. Oh my god, Jill. Oh my gosh.
I'm not gonna hurt you.
I said don't move.
I'm just passing through. I'm gonna ask you to lower that weapon.
I tell you what, you're gonna turn around, go right back out the way you came in.
She's bitten.
I think your daughter needs help, sir.
Don't tell me how to deal with my daughter.
Drop it.
No! Wait!
This standoff.
We need to terminate her before she turns.
Terminate.
That's my fucking daughter.
It's my fucking daughter.
Oh, I hate these kinds of stories. Like, it's like the zombie daughter and like the human parent, you know, and then, you know,
Uh-huh.
they think they could save her.
Sweetheart, I told you to stay put.
And then the dad, like the parent gives in because they can't hurt their own kid, and then they get turned into a zombie too, you know?
Those fucking things outside. What they did to us. You're a cop. You're supposed to know something. How did this happen? Huh?
Sorry, it's my first day on the job.
She was our sweet little angel.
I don't know nothing. I'm sorry, sir.
Obviously.
Oh my god.
Okay. And I'm gonna put you to bed too, okay?
Oh my god! Oh my god! Is he gonna unalive himself afterwards too?
Just go.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
You know?
At least
one
it's
thing
not
to
like
keep it from me.
that one
But
kid
why
in the
him?
Telltale's Walking Dead. Oh my god! The one that waited for his
I
parents to
wanna
come
find out
back and
what's
starve to death. Oh my
And stop whoever's
god!
behind it.
I know exactly what you're
Helping
talking
people
about.
Like them?
I mean, I
That's
didn't
why I
play The
joined the
Walking Dead,
force.
but like, I know exactly what scene because I seen my brother played it, and it's like, it's so fucking sad.
To take down Umbrella's entire operation.
Your Valentine, more like I'll be someone's
You wanna make it
Valentine.
out?
Haha. Yoshi, now is not the time. We just saw a father kill his daughter. Is now is not. Oh boo! Womp womp. I watched Tia play through it. Tia played it. Oh my god! Wait, I kind of want to watch it. Is the vault still up? God. Damn. Can I peek? No? Damn. Not my problem. that is cold-hearted. Yoshi, cold-hearted. Okay. I think that's everything.
It turns people into indestructible
Yeah, she played a while ago? Oh.
That explains the horrible things I've seen.
Probably not up in what? Damn. Okay, Ada Wong. I mean, Ada Lee, I mean.
And that's why I'm looking for Annette Birkin. She's the one Umbrella responsible for unleashing the virus. I'm going to bring her down.
Oh! Oh my god. It's not cold-hearted? It's a classic case of not my circus, not my monkeys. I see.
This is how we get to Annette.
Find
Based on what you
Annette.
said, the sewer seems fitting.
Well said. After you.
Gee.
No,
thanks.
no, ladies first. Go in. Why do I have to go first? God damn, you were walking first, and now I have to go in front. Freaking Ada. Ada. Yeah. Okay. Okay, for context, I accidentally called Ada Wong, Ada Lee, and like everybody's been giving me shit for it.
Sewers are run by the
So,
city.
you
How
know,
could they have a facility without the authorities knowing?
it's kind of like a meme now. Okay. Yep. A joke for when she played through. Yep. I'm sorry. Okay. I'm sorry. You sounded so excited. I'm sorry. I messed up. Okay. Wrong name.
Earthquake?
I sure as hell hope so.
Oh my goodness. Oh, can I? Oh, I could grab it. I think I got a clip. Let me check. Wait, no way. You clipped it? No fucking way. This is my most embarrassing moment.
What the hell?
Is that an alligator? A crocodile? Checking VODs now? Yeah, I still have the VOD. That's why. The VOD is still up. That is hilarious. Okay. Do I need anything here? Nope. Blue herb. More blue herb. I open this. Staying short. She calls her Ada Lee. Okay. When Ada name first gets mentioned in RE1, I called her Ada Lee, and then everybody was like, "Who the fuck is Ada Lee?" And I was like, Ada Wong. Wrong name, okay, guys. Wrong name, okay. Sorry. Anything here for me to grab? No? Okay. Oh, here. More bullets. Oh.
Again?
It's not too late to turn back, Leon.
No chance. You're
Yeah.
stuck with me to the end.
Can I turn back? Wait. I have to go down. No need to apologize. It's a great joke.
Ugh.
Yeah, it's gonna haunt me
You sure this is the right
for
way?
a long time.
Unfortunately.
Wait, Ada was in RE1 remake. She wasn't in it, but she was mentioned. Yeah, like near the end. Yeah.
Hello, motherfucker! Get out of there!
Hello, motherfucker! Welcome in, Chewing! You came at the best moment ever! I'm getting chased. Oh my god. Ah! Was I supposed to do something? Was I supposed to do something? I don't know what... was I supposed to shoot it? Or something? I have no clue. Hold on. Wait. We're gonna try this again. Hold on. You got 8? I came in and you got eaten? I didn't know. You need to avoid the obstacles? Oh! So, okay. Okay, I need to avoid it. I thought... Okay, I didn't know, like... I thought I had to, like, move it out of the way. I didn't know it was a...
You're stuck with me to the
I thought I was supposed to, like, shoot him or something. So I was trying to shoot it.
Ugh.
That was not the cutscene. Yeah, I thought it was
Sure
still the
this is the
cutscene.
right way?
I didn't know. It's such a weird angle too. Okay.
There.
Okay. See. Now I know. I'm ready. I'm ready. Okay. Come at me,
Leon!
crocodile.
Get out of there!
shit. Ah! Fuck! Fuck! Okay. You know, it's a lot it's a lot harder than you guys think. Alright. You're free food for that monster? That's what she said? Good one, Chewing. Good one. Good one.
Again?
It's not too late to turn back, Leo.
No chance. You're stuck with me to the end.
Alright. I'm ready. I'm ready. Okay.
You sure
I'm
this
gonna
is the
stick
right
to
way?
the left.
Unfortunately.
I never thought about how hard it was. Chewing, are you drunk, Chewing? Roar. Okay. I'm ready. I'm ready.
Get out of there!
I'm going! Ada, I'm going! Okay. Left. What? How do I avoid that? Huh. How do I avoid that? Okay. Am I supposed to go somewhere? Okay. You all liked it when I make Hale's voice squeaky? Yeah. It was funny. It was funny. I love the chipmunk. It was okay. It was funnier whenever he laughs. 'Cause he goes like you know, it was funny. Okay. Alright, over here.
Again?
Again?
Too late to turn back, Leo.
Shan, do the squeaky voice.
Chance.
I can't.
You're stuck with me to the
My
end.
voice is already squeaky. What do you mean?
Ugh.
I don't think I could do it.
You sure this is the right way?
That was you bitch. Well played.
Right there.
Wait there. Can I shoot it? Wait, can I throw a grenade in his mouth? Is that possible?
Leon! Get out of there!
Get out of there. Okay, I'm running. I'm sticking to the left. Okay. Okay.
Holy shit!
No, give it! Ah! Okay, wait. Go, Leon! W, oh my god! Alright, who's hungry? Who's hungry for some gator meat?
Overgrown son of a bitch.
Ooh, okay. God, I'm so good. I'm so good at this game. Oh my god. God damn. Can I get up?
Leon, up here.
What the hell was?
Just get up here.
What did you... Oh. Oh my goodness.
Can't say I didn't warn
Okay.
you.
You said the virus turned people into monsters, not
No,
reptiles.
reptiles.
Fair point. I'm just impressed you made it in one piece.
Thanks. I mean, it took me like 4 times, but... Thank you, Ada. Thank you. Okay, what now?
So let me get this straight. Umbrella sells monsters like that to who? Our military? Somebody else's?
Somebody
We don't
else's?
sell the monsters. We sell the viruses that make them. And Annette is who makes the viruses.
Annette?
Scary that alligator was. Annette is far more dangerous.
I see. Ladies first? No? Nothing? Nothing? Oh! Thank God! Okay. 15. Anything else? I locked it. It closed on her. Okay. Come in! Ada! Come on! Don't be shy, come on.
Definitely Williams.
Identify yourself.
Annette Birkin.
Annette Birkin!
She's who we're looking for?
Not much time. Need to dispose of it. We're here for the G virus.
The G virus. G
not
G
gonna
G
happen.
G.
I'm warning you.
Baby,
Doctor.
baby.
Oh yeah?
Hey!
Stop!
Why are you running away? God damn!
Forget the G virus!
She got the Glock.
Didn't expect that from a scientist. Leon,
Forget about me. Just go. Stop her before she gets away.
No way! Am I gonna play Ada? No way! Am I gonna play Ada? No way! Am I gonna play Ada? Oh shit! Ada? You no wonder people like you so much. Oh my god, wait! Ada. You bold lady.
it's not on her. Must be in the nest.
Ada, oh my god! Oh my god, she's dressed to impress. Oh my god.
Once it's in hand, I'll call for extraction.
Hey yo? Ada, oh my god!
You can run, Annette. but
That
you
is-
can't
that is-
hide.
Oh la la, oh my god, Ada! Wait, no wonder people like you so much. You decide to take it off now when Leon is dying? You couldn't do it earlier? Oh my god! Oh my goodness! Oh shit! God, she's hot. Oh my god! Oh my god! She's so good looking! Wait! Oh my god! Ada! Hold on. Can I see? Oh my goodness! No, I can't get the whole thing! Oh, womp womp! Cry by chaos! All I'm hearing is Ada? I mean, look at her! Look at Ada! Oh my god! Ada is... oh my god! Oh my god, Ada! Wait, do I still have the stuff? Oh! I don't have anything! Okay. Damn! Is Leon gonna die then? I wanted to make a highlight of it, but I don't think I have the ability. Ooh. Maybe I can. You didn't know Ada is a bombshell. I know she's a bombshell, but like, I didn't know she was like this. She got my heart pumping and everything. Oh my god. The EMF visualizer to track wiring and hack electronic equipment. Aim, while aiming, hold, and then hack. Okay. Gotcha, gotcha.
Secret weapon time.
Secret weapon time. Oh my god. Are you drilling shit? You know what? I am. What can I hack? Can I hack you? Is he... He's not dead, right? Oh! Okay. Okay, nice. Did that? What did that do? It turned on the fan? The fan is turned on? The fan is turned on? What now? Can I do it again? Fuck it, I'm making it into 2 clips. Oh no. Yeah, it's pretty long. Yup. It's literally me just fighting for my life because I called Ada Lee. What? I'm so confused. Where did she go? Can I go up here? No? Okay, I turned this on. I can't climb up anymore. Oh! Is it gonna break? Oof. Okay.
Candy from a baby.
Candy from a baby. Oh, she's so bold. Oh my god. Look at her ass. Oh my god. And she's wearing heels? Oh my god, Ada. You're so... Okay. Turn this on. Okay. Come on, come on. One. Fall down. Fall down. Okay, this is all of my bullets. That's literally all of my bullets. September, inspection week 1. I already put in a request last week, but we absolutely must have a replacement. ID wristband ASAP. We need one to gain access to certain areas of the main facility. In other words, me and my crew can get to the places we need to in order to do our job right now. So I don't want to hear anyone accusing us of slacking off. Who wrote this? Anything here? Okay. I can't leave? Oh! This? Nice! Ignore that zombie, ignore it. Okay, more bullets. Then why couldn't Ada just take Leon's gun? Okay. You fall. Okay, nice. Okay. Here. What? Over here? Oh my god! Please stop chasing me. What are bullets? Oh my god. Okay. Oh yeah. Grab that! Oh my god. Flash grenade. Just run, Ada, run! Fuck, no, fuck! Oh my god! Oh my god. Sorry, I clicked Q and I turned back. Run! Yeah, run! Run away! Oh my god, Chaos, he actually clipped it into twos. Oh my goodness. Who's Ada Lee? My bad, guys.
Got you now.
I could totally just shoot her from here.
Always been good at running, Pet. Give me that.
Here. I'm just chasing after her. Chasing after her. No way! It's the X? How the fuck do I... Ah! Fuck! No! I want... Oh. Just go. Come on. Yeah? How do I... No? I can't? Fuck! Fuck! I don't fuck. Fuck. Over here? Wait, I'm back here. Okay. Oh, I found it. Okay. Open it! Oh my god, I just did. My whole life has been a lie. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My bad. I said the wrong name. Run! Oh my god. Go, Ada. Oh my god. Can I even go through? Oh my god. She's so hot. She's so hot for that. Oh my god. I was saying Shen should play the clips on stream. Oh, me. I'm embarrassed. Should I? Oh my goodness. I'm embarrassed. I don't want to play it, guys. It's like super shameful for me, you know? Okay. Here. Oh. Am I not supposed to? What? Do it, pussy? You know what? You know what? You know what? Where is it? Where is it? Ada. Ada Lee? Ada. By the time you read this letter, I will no longer be the person who wants to. Ada Lee? I saw my test. Back there. Ada Lee? Everybody's like, the fuck is Ada Lee? Who's Ada Lee?
You can activate the self-destruct system in the power room. And
Oh my god, this is freaking.
to make this whole incident public.
Sorry, guys.
Public.
That was just.
My dearest Ada.
Oh god.
Ada Lee? I sincerely hope things
Oh my gosh. The fuck is Ada Lee? Who's Ada Lee? Is that okay? What's the other one?
Everything in your power to make this whole
Part
incident
2.
Oh, accident public. I mean, my
Oh my goodness. So embarrassing.
he's still running normally. You should be able to release the lock. The security system. Italy, I don't know. I actually don't know.
I'm sorry.
I don't know why I said Italy.
I don't know why I said Italy either. Okay. Okay, I was hoping nobody heard it and like it just slide off you guys' brain. Okay. Okay. Jeez. My god, my pride, my image is gone.
There's just one more thing. And it's just
I mean, this is Ada Wong. How would we not notice when you were so excited about it? Process it up.
everything is still running normally.
I'm sorry. Oh my god. I feel I did the cut well. Yeah, really good. Thank you. Thank you, Chaos. I totally won't. It's totally not traumatizing to me. She just called us all smooth brain. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Cry about it. My goodness. Ada Wong. Ada Wong. Okay. See, you learn from your so-called mistakes. Okay. Okay, this one goes here. Goes here. Oh. Here. Oh my god, Yoshi was the raid! Oh my goodness! Welcome in, raiders! Welcome, welcome! Thank you for the shout out!
Yeehaw! Yeehaw!
Yeah!
I'm gonna try just making it different each time. Yeehaw!
Yeah!
Yeehaw!
Yeah!
I think I picked for that one.
Welcome in, raiders! Thank you for the raid, Yoshi! How was your stream? What did you do?
Oh, Solali.
Did you guys play like Valorant or
Here,
Overwatch?
I gave you
How was
5
it?
in a row.
I'm cringing. Yeah, everyone. Whenever you give Yoshi a follow, he does a free yeehaw. You know, it's great. It's amazing. It's okay, Yoshi. I clipped the Ada Lee moment. No. Ada Wong. Ada Wong. Play Valorant after Worms. Oh, nice. How was it? Did you get lots of wins, lots of W's? Yeah. I smurf your peak. I pick your smurf. We lost. We got lost of the. Yeah, what? We got. We got lots of W's. Oh, nice. And L's. Nice. Let me grab the clips again for you. You should stop. My goodness. My image is tainted. Oh my god. Ada Lee? Womp womp. I'm gonna tell my future kids Ada Lee was my favorite video game character. No! Stop! Stop! You're torturing me at this point. Oh my god. Goddamn. This is gonna haunt me forever. Jeez, Ada Wong. Okay, I'm carving that into my brain. Okay, Ada Wong. I should do the same as my little one. You're gonna tell her, oh yeah, Resident Evil 2 is about Leon Kennedy and Ada Lee Goddamn. It'll haunt you for as long as you play Resident Evil. You're right. And I'm already planning on playing Resident Evil 3, 4, 5. And Village. Oh god. This is... Oh god. This... I can't... Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I don't know what to do now. It's haunting. Oh god. Alright, return to the game. September. Okay. Am I saying this right? September? Or is it Sept? Sept? Because I thought this means September, but I don't think it means September. I watched the clips, Jen. Oh, what clips? I don't know what you're talking about. Return to Ada League gameplay, you mean? Guys. Give us more Ada League. No, Ada Wong! Silly! You guys are so silly! Alright, RE2! With the new wristband that just arrived, we can finally begin our survey of the demolition area. As to the report from the other day about the incinerator, it's nothing really. Probably just a large piece of leftover trash. I'll go take a look myself after I wrap this report. Alright. Oh, Ada wrong! Oh my god, you are hilarious. You are hilarious for that. That is hilarious. Oh my god, W. Ada wrong. Ada Wong. The W-O-N-G, guys. W-O-N-G. Jeez. Oh, switch. Does it turn on the power? Or no? Oh wait, it does. Okay. Okay, that one goes there. Oh, it turns on everything, huh? Oh, except for this. Can I look over here? No? This one goes... Oh! Buddy! Are you alive? ID wristband. Uh-oh! Uh-oh! She locked me in.
Bravo. Gonna burn you alive now. You'll never get your filthy hands on the G.
And the G? Give me some G.
You realize that?
You know, if you wrap up tonight and you aren't... You wrap up tonight and you aren't done with Ada, your next RE2 stream should be titled Back to Ada League Gameplay. I don't know what to do here. Oh. You know what? I will, actually. I might just do that, you know? Okay. I guess speed this up. Okay. Okay. This. I get my dubs. BRB. Alright, Yoshi. Okay. Oh, wait. I didn't know this was here. Okay, 17, 16? Is it gonna be Ada? Oh, it's not gonna show Ada? Okay. Anything here? Yeah, I might just put my title as that. Italy. I love Italy. I love Italy. I love Italy. That would be hilarious. Huh. Can I do this? Looks like Ada needs heal. Yeah, but I don't have any heals. All I have is a wristband. It's okay. It's okay. Red is her color, you know?
Visitor clearance confirmed.
Oh,
Your
here?
ID is authorized until October 1st. Please
October
return
1st.
before this date.
Not gonna happen.
Okay. Oh, wait. Wait, there's bullets over here. Can I grab it? No? Oh, it's a dead end! Holy shit. Can't believe I missed that. Okay. Ron used that wristband to get admitted to a hospital. Oh my god, Chaos, you're so funny. You're so funny. Oh my god, my eyes!
Enough with this cat and mouse game.
The game is over.
You lost. Tell me, is your husband still alive? Or did you kill him so you could take credit for G?
Interesting theory.
She's gonna slam me.
Sample from the nest. Over my dead body.
Over my dead body. Whoa! Ada! I mean, she did get her shit rocked by Mr. X. You're right. Oh! Rip, rip. Oh! Fuck! That's gotta hurt. Oh my god! Ada!
Where's Leon?
Oh! What is that? Another gator? Get up! Ada! Get up! Come on, you could run in heels, you could freaking get up. Oh, Mr. Leon Kennedy. Oh my god. He's so good looking. That face card. Damn. Tall, blonde, and handsome. Good night, Chewy. Thank you for dropping by. Good night. Make sure you lock your doors, lock your windows, lock your closet.
Ada,
Cause
where are
I'm
you?
gonna lurk. Ha ha ha. Wink, wink. Rest well. Oh, her coat. Can I go here? Okay, I think that hospital visit is looking more likely now. Hey. She's surviving, okay? She's a strong, independent woman. Okay? Blue herb. Okay. Flash grenade. Okay. Key. Where is Ada? Barely. She's still alive. She just got stabbed in the thigh, but it's okay, you know. Ew, sewer water. Yuck. Sewer water.
Pleasant smell.
Nasty. Am I gonna meet turtles here? Yeah. What's this? Is this for the water? The fuck she gonna do when Mr. X shows up now? I mean, the best thing she could do is seduce him. You know? You know? I think that's a great plan. You know? Seduce Mr. X. Okay, more bullets. Okay. Nothing here, no? Oh, what's this? Oh, cassette? God, we're gonna get some lore here now? You bastard. Oh, nice! Okay. Anything? Treatment facility. I need a key. Okay. Electronic part. Okay. Uh-oh. Oh! Like, as much as I'm sure there's fan art and fan animation of it online, I don't think it's a viable strat. Ada's not his type, he's more too tall, blonde and handsome. You're right, you're right. But, you know, there's always a chance, you know? You never know. You miss every opportunity you get. Oh, you don't take, I mean. Not you get.
Son of a bitch.
Die already! Are you dead? Oh fuck! I didn't mean to throw that! Fuck! Shit. I keep thinking I have my knife. That's why I keep throwing a freaking grenade. Well, we actually do know. Okay. Oh, Ada? Oh, right here, knife. Oop. Can I equip it instead? Ada's here, right? No? Miss Ada Lee, Miss Ada Lee. Miss Ada Wong. You here, ma'am? Huh. Lower waterway. Ooh. Disgusting. I was just here, right? Blue herb. What the heck is that? You miss every opportunity you get. Shen 2024. I said it wrong, okay? I said it wrong. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys. Gunpowder yellow. Quotes? I gotta figure out how to set up quotes. Damn, you guys gonna start quoting everything I say? You miss every opportunity you get. Shen 2024. Can I? Goop monster? Ah! Oh my god, it's a Demogorgon! Can I kill it? What? Fuck! I'm dead. Leon is dead. Oh shit! Leon is not dead! Hold on. Run, Leon! Okay. Oh shit, it's not dead. I want my dagger back. Rip. Rip. You might have to activate quotes in stream elements. Ah, I see. I see. I will probably do it after stream. Okay. I'm about to die.
Cable car.
I think I'll survive. A cable car. Okay. Oh, okay. I am here now. Anything here?
Where'd she go?
Here? Yeah, where did you go, Ada? Oh wait, can I open this locker? Damn! Okay. Damn. Copies of emails to Umbrella HQ. Director Owens. There are alarms going off all over the nest. I don't know what's going on, but I can hear gunfire and I can't reach my section chief. We're trapped. Please send help ASAP. Director Owens, the situation here is dire. Nest has been contaminated with the virus. It's unbelievable. The fire safe system didn't activate at all. Is this the work of outsiders? I can't imagine who else it could be. But why? Mayor and Kim are dead. I can't stop coughing. Why won't you answer me? Director Owens, you. It was you. You all A. You all A? You all A. Okay. I see. We won? W, Yoshi, W. Glad you won. Winning your Valorant games. Where's Ada Ing? Ada Wong. She's like dying.
I don't like the sound of that.
Yeah. W Shen. W Yoshi. Come on. Ada?
Ada.
Ada. W Hen. Win.
I'm coming, Ada.
Ha 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 ha. So funny. Ha ha ha. Bullets. Okay. 18. Where's? Okay, bullets. Anything else here? What is this? Greetings, Fancy CEO. Thank you for your interest in the nice construction company. Over the past 20 years, we had the honor to work on the sewer system for some of our country's greatest cities, while never losing sight of the two core principles of playfulness and superior industrial design. At KCCC, we believe that just because our work is subterranean doesn't mean our designs have to be subpar. More refined than a queen, more polished than a knight, and as pleasant as a pawn, our work is sure to bring great victory to everyone involved. May we all meet on the field someday. Knight Construction Company CEO, World Chess Alliance Honorary Member, Raccoon Chess Club Honorary Advisor, Fisher Chess Lover Guild Honorary Director, R.B. Fisher. R.B. Fisher. Oh, I could play this. God, look at that booty. Leon's booty.
Please, stop. No.
Dudum. Oh my God. Oh my God. Tyrant? Oh my God. That's Tyrant, right?
I bet those rats spread it.
What about this? Wait, I could combine it with this, right? Nice. Okay. Blue herb. And more blue herb. Okay, why do I keep getting blue herb? I don't need blue herb, right? Thing here. Of course. Wait, I could add Ada Lee comment. Stop! Oh shit, Brickett is pissed. Oh my gosh. I lost the thing that tells you how to unlock the door at the U area during the last mad dash of a transfer. I know you have to stick one plug into each terminal, but if anyone's remember which plug goes where, please be a pal and share by posting the info on this board. Okay. Here, this. Pretty sure the rook and the knight are on the same wall, and the bishop and the queen aren't next to each other. The queen and the rook are opposite each other too. Okay. This one is a knight. Okay. The knights are on the same wall. I don't have a plug though. Hold on. And then the rook and queen are on opposite walls. Okay, I have knight. Where was it? Imagine if the next RE Ada storyline she marries someone with the last name Lee. That'd be hilarious. Yeah, I just predicted the future, you know? Okay, rook and knight are on the same wall. And the bishop, oh my god. Rook, knight, same wall, bishop, queen, not next to each other. The queen, rook, opposite to each other. Okay. Am I supposed to, okay. Rook. Okay, let me read it again. This is knight, right? And then this one is bishop. That one's a rook. Rook, knight are on the same wall. Queen and rook are opposite each other too. Bishop, queen. Okay. But if the bishop is on this side, I don't. If the rook is on this side, then wouldn't the bishop be over here? Oh no! Wait, this is pawn. Wait, pawn. Okay, I need to find it. Okay. Maybe Bruce, they'll be the ultimate power couple? Who is Bruce? Probably badass kids too? Who is Bruce? I'm not that far ahead, guys. This is only the second game. Yeah, I need to find more parts. Is that one true L? Welcome, Min. Welcome, welcome. How are you? How is your day? Right now, I'm continuing Resident Evil 2. Okay, I need to figure out how to. Oh, I don't have power though. Oh wait, what? Oh my God, Yoshi got scammed. He's talking about Bruce Lee, I think. Oh, okay. Bruce Lee? Ada Wong is gonna marry Bruce Lee. Also, Yoshi, you just got scammed. Why would you do that? You get absolutely nothing. You know, it's even like I even warned you that it's a scam. You just got scammed. Yeah, might as well heal myself. A tool?
ID wristband required for cable car entry.
Okay, okay. I did it again. I keep getting scammed. I'm a dumbass. You sure are, dumbass. Okay, hold on. I want to check over here first. Okay. Are you dead? Oh, he's not dead. Oh, fuck. Please, please die.
The hell?
How many bullets are you taking? God. Okay, another lock. Another safe. I'm gonna go cry. Yeah, cry about it, you dumbass.
Now what?
Come here, buddy.
Son of a bitch.
Come here. I missed. You dead? You better not get out. You better not get out. Okay. Green herb. Oh my god. Oh my god. The mouse shush. Also, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Razor Burst, the Wyvern. Welcome in. String hopping. Your stop number 24. Oh, I'm stop number 24. Oh my god. Thank you. Thank you for the head pads. Welcome in. How was your day? Right now I'm playing Resident Evil 2. First gameplay. So I'm going in totally blind. How stream? Stream is going great. Really great. I'm like praying that it doesn't crash, but it's been going great. You know, people's been like everybody's been bullying me. You know, it feels amazing. Going around spreading the love to people. Oh my god, that's so nice. That's so nice. She hates love. She doesn't let us throw bits. No. No bits. No bits. I don't need bits. What the heck is that? Ah!
What the hell was that?
What the heck was that?
Oh my god. This is getting worse.
This is getting worse. Thank you. Thank you for the head pass. What is this? I just saw something I could grab. Am I blind? So much gore. Oh my god! Okay, how do I? Ah, you're poisoned! Oh, is that what I shoot? The eyeball? I'm on a bullet. Stop coughing, Leon! Is he dead? What is that singing? Oh my god. Thank you for the like! Thank you! So thank you, Chaos, for the 30 bits for the emote. Okay, I can combine this. And then, now I'm fine. Come out! Come out! Let's start calling that twerker Italy. Shouts here too. I don't want no quarter. It's not Italy, guys. Ada Wong. Ada Wong. I cry extra hard now. Okay, I love it when men cry. Okay. Oh wait, this is so much easier. Oh my god. Okay. Now that I know, it's easier. Oh my god, come out, come out! I don't have any more bullets. I don't have any more bullets. Holy shit, I don't have any more bullets. Oh my god, I'm out of bullets. Oh my god, I am out of bullets. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. What do I do here? Oh my... Can I go back up? Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Oh my god, why did I even go down? This bitch eats bullets? And now she's out of ammo? I did not know. I don't know. I did not know. Hold on. Wait. I could do this. Hold on. Wait, no, I did this. Hold on. Wait, can I go here? Was I even supposed to go there? Was I? I was, right? No, yeah, this is where I came from. Okay, fuck. Yeah, I came here. I opened this. That's right. I just gotta run for it. I just gotta run for it. Wait, can I go here? Wait, was I even supposed to go down there? Hold on. Oh yeah, see, dead end. Okay. I'm in the sewer. Okay, where is this guy? I don't have anything to defend myself with. But it's okay. It's okay. Make a run for it. No? Nothing here, nothing? Ah! What the hell is that? Oh my god. Come here. Come on, Leon. How do I get out? Go up. Okay. Okay, I'm safe. Okay. Lamau, no Shen. Hello, Mist. Hello. Are you still streaming, Mist, or are you just playing Valorant? Also, welcome in. Okay, can I go here? It's locked. Hey, no way. What is that? Is that a rifle? Is that a... Oh my god. Does that look like a harpoon gun to you? Oh my god. Wait. Queen? Oh shit. Can I... No, me and Yoshi finished hours ago? Oh! And you didn't raid me? I'm just kidding. This electric gun? Electric? Wait, I need a... King. I need a king. King. Bro. Okay. And anything here? Okay. Kill. Stun gun, that's deadly, basically. Oh! Damn, I don't have anything to shoot it with. Oh my god. You know what? Come here, come here. Come here. Come here. Can I do this? Come over here, come over here. Oh, he's dumb, he's dumb. Alright. The zombie's still alive, be careful. I know, I know. Oh, it's a flamethrower! Okay. Hold to fire the flamethrower. The longer you torch a target, the bigger the flames you create. Okay. Gotcha. Gotcha! Gotcha! Oh my god. Okay. Can I open this now? If I take this back. Can he burn? I'm cooking! I'm cooking! Guys, this is the only time where burning my food is good. Burning my food is a good thing. Oh my god. Nice, nice. Okay. Now I can put the queen in this one, right? Now don't waste all your ammo. I won't. Okay. King for this one. And then I could go back here, grab this one again. Go around. The food to you? I mean, you know, it's meat. My goodness. You gonna hate later now? Oh, the flamethrower? That's okay, that's okay. For now, the flamethrower is my only weapon. Okay. What is this? Plug socket, plug socket. Oh wait, I didn't grab that! Okay, plug socket, plug socket. You know what? I don't need it. It's fine. I do not need it. It's okay. Okay. I'm back here. Wait, there's bullets right here? Okay. Oh my god. Right in front of me. Come out! Come out again! Come on! Don't be shy! Come here! Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. Cannibal life is a struggle. Is a magnum ammo though? It's okay. It's okay. Every ammo matters, you know? Can I go here? Where is it though? It's like all the way to the right. Here? What? What? This way? I don't think you found a magnum yet. It's okay. That's why you gotta stack up on ammo, you know? So like when I got it, when I get the gun, I'm like I don't gotta worry about finding ammo, you know? Can I go here? Where do I go? Did I just go back? Oh. Ah! Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Hold on. Come here, come here, come here. Let me shoot your eye, let me shoot your eye, let me shoot your eye. Come here. Are you gonna die? Are you gonna die? Is it dead? Okay. Wait, shit, did you find the magnum at all? I did in RE1, yeah. But not for this one yet. Not for this one yet. Fuck. No, Leon! I thought I killed all of you guys already. Did I not?
What the?
You burn, fever. Leon, run. God. Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god. Don't tell me how to live my life. Hey, I'm not the boss of you. You do you. The last one is hidden until you go back. So no. Yeah, no. I haven't yet. It's like locked up, I think. It's the room with the computer, right? Cause I haven't gotten. I need the computer part thingy or the chip thingy. Okay, can't go here. Gotta go back all the way here. Wait, do I have a safe thingy here? No. Oof, oof, oof. Damn, maybe I should have taken the blue herb. Inspect the badge? Inspect the badge? Oh, what the heck? Wow! Okay, wow! Wait! Oh my god! Oh my god, thank you, missed. I did not know that. I keep forgetting to like inspect stuff. Fuck! No, I'm gonna die! I'm gonna die! Fuck, I don't have any more. Shits! Fuck, I'm dead. I'm dead! No, rip. It's okay. I was out of ammo and yeah, look at them eating me. Wait, is it 2022? You know what? It's okay. Alright. Might as well do this. And then I can just put it away. Store it. Combine is this. Combine this. Okay. Save my ammo. Gotcha. Blue herb. It's okay, I don't need it. Okay. Good. Do this, everything. Yada. Did all that. More ammo. Okay. Alright. You know she won't. I got it, guys. I got it. Oh, welcome in, Kenny. Oh my god, I almost did not see your comment. Welcome in. How is everyone? I am doing pretty good. Pretty good. How are you, Kenny? How was your day? What did you do? Did you drink water? Did you eat? Did you sleep? What did you dream about? Did you, I don't know, something? Good. Got off work not that long ago. Oh, nice. Oh, come here. Fucking shit. Okay, Leon, you are a dumbass, Leon. You are a dummy, Leon. You know what? I'm a dummy. It is okay. god, there's so much bullets! Wasted! Little tired, but aside from that, I'm well. Nice, nice. Okay. Treatment pool room. Cable car platform. Let's go over here. I hope you get some sleep tonight, kills. Yo! Okay, I got this.
ID wristband required for cable car entry.
And then this is where I went. Right? Heat resistant. Company on the side of the safe on chalk. Oh wait, it was on the side. Hold on. Safe component on the side of the safe. Oh wow, missed. Are you backseating me right now? Dude, this guy's still alive? I shot you so many times. For the loot, I miss. You find clues to do stuff. Okay. 2 left, 12. 2, 12, 8. Okay. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. Shotgun stock. Nice. Oh my god. Wait. More ammo? Oh my god. Did he attack you when you picked up the blue herb last time? Yeah. It's okay, it's okay. I'm dying a little bit. But it's okay. Wait, did I go in this room? Wait, can I even go in this room? Wait, this is where I went. Okay.
Shit.
Damn. Damn! I don't have any more bullets. You know what?
Now what?
You better not get up. You better not get up. You better not get up. Where's the other dude? Are you dead? You're not gonna get up, right? No? Okay. Combine. Okay. Anything here? You're dead, right? Please be dead. Oh my god. Is this normal mode? Yeah, this is normal. Putting on normal. For sure, I'm not gonna play on hardcore. For my first gameplay? God damn, you think I'm crazy? Okay, I could do this. Oh, I forgot to play the tape. Or rather, you're still out of ammo? And you're still dying? Yes, I'm still dying! Don't judge my gameplay. Okay, I know over here is a dead end. I could go down. Watch. I got this. Okay. Fuck that little gremlin.
What the
Leaf
hell
looking
was
thing.
that?
Okay, and then the Magnum is the only thing here. 10 bullets. Can I?
Just
Please. Reload. There. Can I just run? It's in my way. Ah! What the fuck? Oh my god. What the fuck? Oh my god. I'm just gonna. Fuck. No, don't come in. Oh my god, so many bullets wasted. Come here. Come here so I can run around you, please. Please. God. Those little guys die on their own for a while. Oh, okay. Come here. Like this. Ah! Fuck. Shit. 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 I got stuck on the wall. What? It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Leon, got this. Leon, got this. Just run. You gotta go fast. Look over here. Is it? It's okay, Leon. It's okay. What is It's okay. You will survive, pretty boy. Hey, easy, Leon. Easy. No more flashbangs? No, I don't have any more. Should stick close enough to bait his slam and dodge it. You know, I'm trying, but I lack the skill. Alright. Oh, over here. Oh, the queen? Dang. Does she know she can go back to the... She can go back to the right after the stairs instead? Huh? What do you mean? She has nothing but bullets? Yeah, I have nothing but bullets. It's okay though, it's okay. It's A-okay. Where's the herb? Is it not here? Is it under me? Electronic part. Okay. Oh, it's right there! Okay. Oh, herb. Are you dead? Please be dead. Then I grabbed this one, right? Okay. I have a flamethrower. It's okay. Are you judging me, miss? Still has a barricade? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Okay. Do not judge. Open this. This is wild. It's been working so well for me, okay? You know? There's no need to change it up, okay? Alright. Here we go. Oh. Alright. This. Let's go, let's go. Okay, now I'm over here. Is the door here? Oh, fuck. Okay. This is where it came from. Damn. Okay. 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 You say that after running out of ammo and dying? Yeah, it's fine! No, first gameplay is great. It's amazing. You learn your first time, you know? Come at me, come at me. Come at me. Come at me. Come on. Come on. Come at me. Come on. Come on. Okay. I know there's this app. Ow! Oh my god, Leon! No, what? It's fine! It's fine! I still have another one. Stop coughing, Leon! Grab this! Make a run for it! Oh yeah, nice! Oh my god. Leon, you're so hot. Oh my god. Yummy? What do you mean, yummy? Kenny? Yummy? Oh my god! You gotta be kidding me! Dodge it, Leon, please! Dodge it! He's puking on my face. Go around, go around, go around, go around, go around! Go around! Fuck, I'm dead. Am I dead? Is he just gonna pick on me? Pick on me? It's fine, it's fine. It's fine, Leon. Just climb up. See? That's perfect! See? Totally normal. I'm doing great. Oh my god. Okay. You got everything here. Look at this pretty blue color. Everything here. Nice, nice. And now we go back over here. Nice. Good job, Shen. The zombies are they're gonna wake up, I think. Okay. Brother gone. Okay. Dead. Okay, can I go up? Don't die this time. I know what to do, guys. Come on. I'm a professional, okay? Okay. I'm gonna go back to the monitor room. Okay, no, I'm gonna save. Alright. Put this here. I forgot to do this last time.
Oh, please, stop. No, 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 no.
You're my message? Oh! If I didn't know any better, it seems Leon likes to get puked. Hey, yo!
Virus. I'll bet those rats spread it.
There's a PH intro video. Welcome in, Fenrir. Welcome in. How was your day? Good morning. What did you do? How was your morning? Okay, can I move this up here? Okay, I have the... Okay. So the knight. The knight goes here. Okay. What is it? The rook and knight are on the same wall, and the bishop and queen aren't next to each other. The queen and rook were opposite each other too. Okay. What is it? Rook and knight, same wall. Rook and queen opposite of each other. I'm gonna put the queen right here. Queen. And then, what is this? Bishop. This one should be king. And then, what's it? Is it bishop? Bishop and queen are next to each other. The queen, rook opposite of each other. And then, roots and knights are on the same wall. It should be right here, right? I need one more. One more. Well, I'm gonna save again. Hold on. Still 20? Hey there. Just started the day? Nice. How's your morning? Like, did you get breakfast or anything? Cause usually when I wake up in the morning, I don't eat breakfast. I know it's bad. It's terrible. It's really bad. But it's okay. It's okay. It's totally okay. Alright, I'm here. This door needs to open with that. Congrats. Treatment room. I don't think I went over here yet. So we're gonna go over here. I think. Did I go over here? I did go over here. Where did I not go yet? Over here? T-bar handle slot. Oh yeah. T-bar handle slot. Did you want to figure it out on your own? Of course I want to figure it out on my own. Read my rules, miss. No backseating until I ask. Is it this door? This door? Am I going the right way? Am I even going the right way? Yes, I am. Okay. I'm here now. Wait, should I go over here? Am I gonna get killed here? Hold on. What did I miss, Shen? I was busy eating glizzies. Yo! Hey, yo! Yoshi eating glizzies? Okay, what do you put on your glizzies, Yoshi? Mustard? Ketchup? Oh god, that guy is there? Oh god, that guy is there! Run! Leon, run! Leon, run! Okay. We're here. I can use this. Mustards and ketchup. That's it! Oh my god, it's so basic! just put like bacon or something, you know? Bacon or like relish or like, you know? Italy. I don't know anything about Italy either. Who is Ada Lee? Oh my gosh, chaos! It's Ada Wong! Who put bacon on the glizzy? I do! You don't like it? It's good. What else did I put on it? I put like green onions. Green onions is really good. Like you keep it like long, you know, it's like, you know, it's good, you know? It's amazing. It's good. Hey, what is this? Hiding place. Oh, more space? Nice. Okay. Okay, I have ammo now. Okay. Is that everything in this room? I'm gonna stick to my pistol. I mean, you could do anything. Oh, I mean, you could, but... What? But you basically making a burger? Yeah. But like... I don't know. It's good. I never thought putting bacon on my glizzy. Yeah, you never heard of like bacon wrap hot dogs or something? You know? You gotta be kidding me. Okay. Yeah, it's so good. Oh my god, Chaos is like telling everyone the lore of Ada Lee. This. Okay. Everything in this room? Yes. Okay. What is under here? Oh, lower waterway. Okay. This just takes me up. Gotcha. I also clip Italy. You know what? I'll let you cook on this one, Shen. Yeah. Yeah, let me cook. Oh, wait, can I push this? An elevator? Hold on, let me double check. No bullets? Nothing? Jazz Festival flyer. Is that it? Z? Oh, SZF. 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 Is it this? Plug socket. SZF. Hold on, let me go grab that. SZF. How do I get back to the one room? SZF. Is it in here? Control room? Dialogue? What is so far? God damn. It's okay. SZF. Never tried it before, but I'll try it next time. Yeah, it's so good. Super good. Okay. You can pin it if you need. That's okay. I have great memory, guys. dark. You better not show up here, I swear to God. Oh! I don't need this anymore. Just discard it. How do I unlock this? Oh, the badge? Wait, do I need a badge? I dropped it though. I put it in the. Yeah, I knew it. I should have kept it with me. Fuck. Okay. I knew it. Okay. It's over here. Oh, this is where I shot the dude, right? Wait, can I go back? Hold on. Oh, where's my... If this is where I came from, then there should be like a safe spot here. Wait, no? Yeah? No? I'm so confused. Hold on. Lower. This is where I came from. Upper. Yeah, okay. Secret room. That's right. Over here? Oh my god! I believe you, Shay. Sometimes I'm surprised you remember some codes. Yeah. I wonder if I should play the Uwa cover. You should not. You should not. Yep. That's the plan. Yeah, I can put this away. Put this away. I think that's all. Alright. I could go back down. Hold on, let me save. I'm sitting at 12k? Oh my god, Kenny. For another day? Got it. Play it another day. Yeah. We'll wait until a stressful moment. My beloved goats, Javier, welcome in! Welcome! How is your day? How are you? I'll wait till next stream since she said no. Oh my god, Kenny, so obedient. Okay, down. Oh. Okay. I could do this. Damn, I have to put it back. Oh shoot. No. Examine. Okay. Long barrel, lightning hawk. What is this for though? The barrel? Can I combine it with my... I can't. Okay. Is it for the better gun? The mag? Can I just put it away then? Going back up. I'm gonna do it anyways when I get the points. Okay, so we have 10.2. Okay, making me a little nervous. Okay. I'm not going to lie, I'm very sick. I have a cold, flu. I don't know, but not to say it, but I'm lying in bed. Oh my god, Javier! Oh, I hope you feel better. Drink lots of water. Drink like honey, lemon water. Eat lots of food, you know? Like rest a lot. Eat medicine. Don't eat too much. But, you know, take care of yourself. Yeah. I don't, not gonna lie, I don't remember the last time I had a cold. I think it was like 2 years ago. Yeah, crazy. And I hate having colds. Whenever I get sick for like a really, really long time. And then it kinda sticks to me for like, you know, an entire month.
Jesus.
Oh, come on, come on. Oh, is he actually dead now? Okay. Plug socket. Workers break room. Can I go over here? No, this is where we came from. That is right. I go over here. Over here. Over here. Thank you all. In fact, I was asleep. I wanted to come see you. Oh, no, you don't have to. You should keep resting, Javier. No, health. Your health is very important, you know? God, I don't know where to go. Get up, get up, get up. Get up. Come on. Oh my god. If I don't fall asleep, I'll be here for a while. Okay. Make sure you take care of yourself, okay? Sin, did you take the COVID shot? You don't have to answer if you don't forget. Oh yeah, I did. I got both of them. Of course I did. It was like I had to. No. Can I go over here? Get up! Oh my god. God, he didn't hit me. And it's to barely get sick. Oh my god, you lucky? Oh my gosh. Yeah, I used to get sick like super, like when I was younger, I get sick really easily. But now I'm just depressed. Alright, now I'm here. What's the locker? It was S Z F. What is this? More mags? Okay. Control room. Okay. Now I'm back here. Nice. I have the king. Oh, not the king. There we go. See, I'm so fucking smart, guys. Told you I have a great memory.
Almost there, Ada.
Mhm. After as well for a trip to Mexico. Oh damn. Damn Shin. Damn Kenny. I can see you only once a week on Saturdays. So well, here I am. Anyway, what did you do to Leon? Is he bandaged? Yeah, he's bandaged. He got shot by Annette, and Ada Wong is currently on the ground, dying, but she's okay. She will survive, you know? We're gonna go over here first. Yeah, I saw Ada Wong in her like really, really hot red dress. So Sam, what you snacking on? And when are you sharing? I'm eating chips, guys, like Dorito chips. Uh-huh. Yeah, so good. I love Doritos. Okay. Oh! Oh wow! First try? First try? Oh my god! Oh my god! Guys, I told you I'm so big brain. Holy shit! Oh my god! I barely tried. Oh my god! I was just clicking random numbers. Shit! I saw something back there. Back there? Did I miss something? Over here? In this room? Oh, holy shit!
Jesus Christ!
Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy... What? What'd I do? Can I get out the window? What? What? Oh my god, I'm getting caught on fire. Oh my god, get away from me! Ah! Oh my god. Leon. I don't have a green herb. I don't have a green herb. Did I save, guys? Did I save? I don't remember. Holy shit. Just keep going. Where'd I go? Did I just gotta kill him? Open your eyes! No! Oh my god! Come on, please! I'm dead. I didn't know that was gonna happen! Okay. See, now I know. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm so far! Damn, I did not save? Fuck, okay. Huh, what if I load it? Autosave? Right here? I'm here? Out of all places, it throws me here? So shit, you have to start here, bring it to the container, back to the slime. Oh! Oh! Okay. Okay, I got it. Turbo spot for autosave? I know, right? I'm eating like chips. Dorito chips. They're like, hold on. Let me just show you guys. They're like these chips. Okay, guys, I opened it from the bottom. Don't judge. But these are like my favorite chips ever. Super good, super yummy. Yeah. Yeah. Suck on these nuts. Bottom open it. I'm sorry. Okay. I didn't know I opened it from the bottom, okay? Judging so hard right now? What do you mean? No way, open for below? And you ain't sharing? Well, I mean... It doesn't seem like you're physically here, Kenny. Good judge. Oh jeez, oh jeez. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna we're just gonna go back all the way to where I was at. Okay, what do I have? Handgun ammo. This. Did I grab the thingy already? I didn't, right? Oh. Examine. Okay, okay. Okay. Alright. Yoshi, you are alive! Yes, Yoshi is alive! Am I gonna have to catch a plane to get some chips? I think we both might. Guys. Yeah. Just buy your own! It's like $3. You know, $4. It's so much cheaper than buying like a $400 ticket. Okay, long barrel. I'm just gonna hold on to it and then put it over here. Okay. Now we're making you share with us? I don't know, I thought you were eaten by zombies again. Oh no! $3, $300, what's the difference? What's the difference? $297 is a difference. What do you mean? Chaos! Oh fuck. Leon! You are the death of me, I swear to god. Okay, it's okay, it's okay. It's okay. Leon is fine. Very fine. Okay, I am gonna die if I get hit one more time. But it is okay. It is a-okay. Oh fuck. No, get back out, get back out. Okay. Is it gone? Okay. 10.3 now? Oh no. If I come here like Leon, will I be cool? Yeah, you'll be cool. Everybody loves like bowl cuts. Run, Leon, run! Where's the eyeball? Can I just burn him? Die. Are you dead? Forgot. I stabbed him with my knife. Okay, let's see if I can like scoop past that guy without dying. Go on, Leon, go on! Okay. Okay, there. Nice! eyeball on the shoulder is under the tumor on the shoulder. Yeah, that was what I was struggling with. Like I couldn't find the eyeball. That's why I just used the, what is it? The flamethrower. Easier. Okay, now I'm back here. Okay, SZF. Bullets. Okay. I could go down. God, oh god. Remember when you unlock that door is the chest piece? Keep an eye on the left side of the hallway. Okay. 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 Store this. What else do I store? Store this. Okay. Roll film. Gunpowder. Okay. Take this out just in case. God, I don't have any healing items. I'm gonna die for sure. Okay. 25, 22. Okay. I'm so ready. I'm about to die. Like I'm like one hit away from dying. One hit. Okay, it's okay. Shen, how did it go with Mr. X? Did you hear the beating of his life? He beat me up, yeah. He beat me up, and it was a good experience. It was great. Yeah. Oh, green herb. Hold on. Wait, I could heal myself? Wait. Goodbye. No, put it back. Okay. Hold on, let me check over here first. Okay. Wait, what if I pull this? Would it work?
Damn
No?
it. Need the power on first.
Okay. Okay, I believe you. Okay. Okay, this one. Pick it up. Okay, that's everything. Alright. And now I just wait to get hit. There we go!
Jesus Christ!
Okay. Come on! Come get me! Come on! I know you want this! Come on! Hurry up! Come on! Okay. Got more fire. Oh my god! Wait, he actually hit me. Whoops. Come on, open this! Open this! Come on! Fuck! Okay, I'll walk right into that. Whoops. Whoopsie daisy. Whoops. Come on here. Come on. See, I'm getting caught on fire. Fuck, I'm getting caught on fire. Ow! Run, Leon. Run, Leon.
It's still alive?
Of course, it's still alive. You didn't kill it. Remember? You fucking fell down. Okay. Here. Okay. Oh my god, what is this? Got another knife? I didn't see any of these before. Ah! Come here. Fuck. She shizzles, shizzles. Shit, I'm dead! Ah! Oh my god. Get burned, get burned!
Let's do this.
Hurry up, hurry up! Hurry up! Hurry up, he's coming, hurry up! Oh my god, he's strong? No way. Oh, I was about to say, he's not gonna die. Oh my god. Nice. Nice.
Let's hope that's the last of them.
See, that only took me... How many tries it took me? Oh wait, there's ammo here. Nice. Easy. Easy. Is that everything? Oh, there's more over here. Easy. Easy. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Come on, sheep, you can do it. If that line was stronger, you would have been done. I know, I know. Oh my god. I would have been gone. Alright. Now I could turn this on. Come on. Jesus.
Ada! Ada, where are you?
Over here!
Yeah, now I just need a green herb.
Getting worried there for a sec.
I can't get it out.
I don't know if I should,
Just
A
do
green
it. I can't
plant.
walk like this.
So I could heal. Mm-hmm.
Okay. It's gonna hurt. Hold on.
I can do it myself.
Just relax, okay?
Hey yo, this is kind of intimate.
So, what do we do now?
Get yourself out of here. While you still can.
I'm not just gonna leave you. Not like this.
You don't
Get orange herb. Oh my god, it's Ada Lee! Ada Lee! No!
You're not getting rid of me, Abby.
Ada Wong! Guys!
Protecting me.
Ada Wong!
Now it's my turn.
Ada Lee! No! Ada Wong! Guys!
Grab my shoulder.
Don't push it, rookie.
Okay, just trying to help. Watch your step.
You want to help? We have to get to the nest.
Nest?
Umbrella's lab, right beneath us. Net let it slip. That's where the virus samples are. You up for this?
I think I could fit it in my schedule.
Come on. We got work to do.
Yes, ma'am.
Shen called her Ada Lee, now she's Ada Lee. Shen, you say this so Ada Lee is canon now. No. Ada Wong. Oh no. Ooh.
The cable car will take us down to Nest.
Can we? Oh.
My wristbands are ticket
Yeah,
to
let's
ride.
go up.
Nice. Where'd you get that?
Borrowed it. Anyway, we're almost there.
Ha ha. Slowpoke, Ada. Well, I'm gonna save here. 23. Alright. I'm dying a little bit. Do you have anything to heal me, Ada? Please? Now, I'm gonna put one of these away. This one too. Looks good. I know. When that happened, I went to the bathroom for 2 minutes, but I was there. Yeah, have yours, nose. I even clipped it. Woman for prosperity. No. Oh, no.
Worse than it looks.
What a pair. Both got one foot in the grave.
This way? Ada? This way? I need some bullets too. Anything up here? No?
This may be a one-way ride, so be prepared, Leon.
I am not prepared. I am not prepared, Ada. The Ada Lee moment is the moment of shame for Shen. It is.
This tram is bound for
It is.
Do not exit until the final destination.
You know, I wanted you guys to forget about it, but you guys aren't letting me.
You know what I was thinking?
Yeah.
I can't wait for
you
the
know,
FBI to raid Umbrella
the
headquarters
opposite
and
of what I
take
wanted to
thousands of
happen
justice.
is happening. Is
But to be clear, we're not
I
working
hate
with
it.
This is a federal case. Once we get the G virus, I'm back on my own.
Ooh.
Hey, Leon. Trust me?
Trust me?
Trust me?
Honestly, if I didn't, you'd probably be dead.
Hmm.
I thought I might need your help, and I was right. If you can secure the G virus, I can make sure what happened in Raccoon City never happens again.
Yeah. You say it yourself. It's a federal case. I don't
Leon,
have the authority.
Look at me.
I'm looking, I'm looking.
I'm a liability now. If I'm gonna finish this case, you're the last hope I've got.
I'm not just gonna leave you here. What if you're attacked and you need help?
Hey, yo! I was not expecting that. Ada, kiss me! Kiss me! Kiss me!
I gotta see this through.
Oh, wait.
And I want to see you again.
Hey, yo! Hands on the thigh! Hey, yo!
I'm gonna live for it. Trust me.
Now, arriving at
Ada, you little sussy! Oh my god!
Go. Please, we don't have much time.
Ada.
I need this.
I didn't know you were like that. I should have known. I mean, you were in a red dress. Oh my god.
Leon. Counting on you.
I know.
Hey, yo! I didn't know those two were like that. Oh my god. I mean, can I join in? You said it yourself, it's become a meme now? Yeah, I hate it. My goodness. You don't get the bitches. What are you doing? Madam Javier fact. Ada in Spanish is fairy. Really? Oh. Did they kiss? Yes, they kissed! They kissed! Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, guys. Oh my god. But you know what, guys? I'll BRB. I need to go pee. BRB, guys. Bathroom break. Okay? Talk amongst your guys' selves. I'll be back. Alright, I'm back. Guys, I'm back. Oh my gosh, Chaos, what the F? What the fuck? Chaos, what the heck is this? Thank you for the 40 bits. Thank you for the 40 bits. Thank you for the 30 bits. Thank you for the 30 bits. What the heck? Thank you for the 30 bits. 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 What the heck? This is bullying, guys. You know what? Yeah. You're lucky. You're lucky I can't. I don't know how to like disable it. Oh, also, I got myself another Diet Coke. You know? It's better now because it's diet, you know? So I'm not consuming as much calories and sugar and caffeine. Oh my gosh, crazy. So morning wood, am I right? Morning wood? What do you mean morning wood? Hey, I did it too? Oh, Yoshi, you did it too? Hold on. Chaos. Yoshi, thank you. Thank you for the dirty bits, Yoshi. Oh my goodness. Did you see my message after you left? Your message? After you left? Oh my gosh. Go piss, girl. Go. Speedrun. Alright, I say while she's gone, we blow the chat with a giant emotes. What the heck? Chaos, what the F? What the F? I didn't know what you mean, so I had to Google. Oh no! Yeah, morning wood is when the wood is morning. Goodness. What, an egg? What the FF? Like the letter F? Letter F? What? I'm an enabler? You are an enabler. You horrible person. Gosh, use that money on something else, like buying a monster and a you know, meatball sub. What do you only see in the morning? Yeah. How fun it is to be confused with English. You know, I get confused a lot too. So you're not alone. Oh wait, I have a thing here. 2 slots. No, I could put this away, I think. Alright. Oh my god. I'm dying. Anything for me to grab here? No? Cable car platform. Shut up and take my money. Oh, when? Older. Shit, I'm gonna use a quote from Futurama. Shut up and take my... I love Futurama. Shut up and give me Doritos. Ooh. Umbrella Academy. Can I go here? I love Futurama. No, I'm like, I was so happy when they brought it back, but then I'm not gonna lie, the season kind of disappointed me a little bit. Oh, I missed.
God damn it.
Okay, are you dead? God, there's so many here. Oh, she's glitched out. Oh my god. Oh my god, she's carrying him. You dead?
Our menu is designed for your nutritional needs.
Fuel? Oh, for my flamethrower.
Biological research. Please enjoy our
Yeah, I heard the
tasty
return wasn't the greatest.
selection.
Yeah. I was kind of disappointed. But it was still good, you know? Like, it wasn't bad. Any noise? Can be the game is almost over? Proof that the mission is horribly confusing? Wait, am I almost near the end already? No way! Wait, it feels so short. Maybe... Oh my god. Maybe because the first one was like... super hard. What is this? Grenade?
Okay, I know this is a really bad
Oh
idea.
my
but
god,
it's 2
homie!
a.m. and
Of course.
and I'm gonna regret this so much. Okay, ready? Right. Extra nozzle pounces on you. Ooh, you're so warm. Couldn't help but notice your butt from across the floor. Nozzle you naked, you wake it till the hee. Unzips your baggy as pencil, baby. You so musty. Take me home, pet me, and make me yours, and don't forget to stuff me. See me while my little baby tail for your woji. Kisses and lickies and that. I hope daddy like these nuzzles and wuzzles are jazz. I'll be getting thirsty. Hey, I got a little itch. You think you can help me? Only 7 inches long. Ooh, please adopt me. Pause on your boy dress and lick my lips. Ooh, punish me, please. Gotta hit them with this fairy shit.
You don't see it coming. Oh my goodness. Damn, so many points gone. Worth it. Jesus. Jeez, guys. Jeez. It's a scam. Oh my goodness. How close are you, Chaos? I'm at 10.4 right now. Oh, damn. Damn. Oh my god. Club banger. Fire. Oh my goodness. Oh no. Rip. Sometimes, guys, I regret making it. Oh, pancakes. Eggs? Pancakes, eggs, sausage? But, you know, it is what it is. Can't go back anymore. I'm so happy. Fuck! I'm dead! God. Jeez. Went from Final Fantasy PvP to this one. Speaking of scam shit, when are we gonna get our Discord roles? You know, I'm still working on it. I know I said I'm still working on it like, oh, so many times, but the thing is, I opened up a sketch, I drew a line, and then, yep, there we go. I don't completely understand the song, but the more I listen to it, the more suspicious things I hear. Oh no, Javier. Oh no. It's okay. Don't listen to it. You know, it's nothing. It's nothing. Okay. Man, this looks like a Waffle House kitchen. In IKEA Waffle House, you got it. Oh my goodness. Honestly, might just be Waffle House. Let's go, Ada. Where are you? Oh, we're back over here. Oh what?
Let me
Let me put some stuff away. Damn, I'm all the way over here. Okay, it's okay. Store this. I didn't really go that far. Alright. Thank you for the like, Kobe. I'm gonna do some chores or something. Alright, go do some chores or something. I hope you have fun. Also, thank you for the bulk. Thank you for the hydrate. I have my Diet Coke. So good, so good.
That should take us where we need to go.
Don't bunk the goats. Thank you for the head pass, Javier. Thank you. Hey, at least you get to see. Oh my god, my dog. At least you get to see the kiss again, right? Oh wait, you're right. You're right.
One-way ride.
They're gonna kiss again. They're gonna kiss again. Oh my god. Can I sit down? Oh wait, no, I have to press this. That's right. Oh my god, they're gonna kiss again. Your Diet Coke. Yeah, my Diet Coke. Huh? Huh? You want me to mispronounce it and say my diet, C-O-C-K? I will kiss the furry again. Oh yeah,
You know what I was
Ada?
thinking?
Ada will
I can't
kiss
wait for the FBI to raid Umbrella headquarters and
Leon.
take those bastards to
Ooh.
justice.
I agree, but to be clear, you're not working in official capacity. This is a federal case. Once we get the G virus, I'm back on my own. Hey, Leon, trust me?
Diet
Trust
Coke.
Honestly, I think you'd probably be dead.
Right.
I thought I might need your help, and I was right. If you can secure the G virus, I can make sure what happened in Raccoon City never happens again.
Yeah. You say it yourself. It's a federal case. I don't
Leon,
have the authority.
Look at me. I'm a liability now. If I'm gonna finish this case, you're the last hope I've got.
I'm not just gonna leave you here. What if you're attacked? What if you need help?
Oh my god!
I'll be fine. Don't worry about me. I gotta see this through. And I want to see you again.
Oh my god! The hands on the leg.
Trust me.
Now, arriving at Nest.
Go. Please, we don't have much time. You're gonna need this.
Okay, okay, Ada. He even grabbed his. Yeah, she even grabbed his cheeks. Yeah.
Leon.
I'm afraid to pronounce Coke in English. I do not know how to do it. Just say Coke. Like C-O-C. I need wristband. Okay. It's okay, Javier. Okay, I can put this away too. Put this away since I'm gonna grab another one anyways. Oh my god, I'm about to die. Do you see the problem now? Yeah. I can't do it because friends joke with me. Yeah. It's okay. Just say soda.
Welcome to Nest. Enjoy your visit.
Oh my god, I didn't see this here.
I wonder where the G...
Oh. Nap room log. Toby Jackson, Sarah Takahashi, Waltz Page, Anthony White, Cyril Archer, Desmond Locke, Wayne Lee. Oh. Can I go in here? Wait, more bullets? Anything else? Okay, I got a map. Anything? No healing items? Oh my god. Soda, perfect? Yeah, perfect. Oh, by the way, are you able to head back out to the station and use the bash USB? You know what? I actually don't know. I don't think I can go back anymore. Yeah. Cause we left the police station. Yeah, it only gives me like this area now. So I can't grab the gun anymore. Huh. It's okay. It's okay. You know, I could beat it with just, you know, this ID wristbands. The research facility knows the latest security technology in order to ensure employee safety and efficient business practices. In order to enter and exit the facility and to operate certain equipment, employees must use an ID wristband. There are 3 levels of access: visitor, general staff, senior staff. What about the elevator and secret staircase? Elevator, secret staircase. I don't know, actually. Cause we left the police station, and then we went down. Secret room. Can I go here? Wait, T-bar handle saw. How did I get here? How did I go here though? Can I go back? I don't know if I could go back. See, that's the problem. What if I just take the carts back? Will it let me? The elevator? Is the elevator here? I don't think I could. Wait, what elevator? What elevator? Chaos. What's the elevator? This one? Security room. This is the main shaft.
Only beyond this point.
No, if you can take the cart back. Oh! You know what? Hold on. Let me walk back. Leon looks a little broken. Yeah, he's I'm about to die. I need healing items. I have a red and a blue. And I need a green. That's all I need. Yeah. Oh, she won't let me take it back? Freaking Ada. Ada, you little B-word. Ada. It's okay. You know, it's okay. It's okay. I don't need a good gun. I have a flamethrower. Okay, I went in here already. I went in there. You always you have to reload your save. Damn. Should I go back then? I didn't really do much. Yeah, 28. So where's monitor room? Over here. Right over here. Damn. Hold on, good. My dog is barking. I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. Alright. Barking. Ladrando. It's okay. It's been fun to see that you're always on the verge of dying. But I was about to start a poll for it. like a poll on whether I'm gonna die or not. Wait, did I go too far? Hold on. Did I go too far? Oh shit, I think I went too far. 26, 28. Hmm. 27. Oh yeah. Okay, I don't think I could go back up. Hold on. Go here. This is the garbage room, main power room. Okay. Treatment room. Cable cart. Hold on. Let me follow Ada. Over here. Go on, Ada, go on. Go on.
Damn leg.
Let me carry you.
No, that only make me feel worse.
Okay, okay. And then this way? This room? This room goes down to the sewers. Okay. Bottom waterway. Oh my god, I'm gonna have to go. Huh. Although in one, it was worse because you couldn't save the game like here. Yeah, it was. Literally, let's go. Did someone say literally? Oh wait, the elevator was back through the sewer, wasn't it? Yeah, I think it was. I don't think I could go back. See, you lipping hard over there. Thanks. Yeah, I'm basically like stuck. I don't think I could get it. I already like left the police station. It's fine. It's fine. It's okay. No, we could power through, you know? It's okay. Okay. No, we could continue. It's totally fine. Security room. Okay, I went there already. I went here. I got this. You don't need anything more than a powerful basic gun. Exactly, right? Exactly. You know what? I could definitely finish this game with just a pistol. You know? It's gonna be easy. Okay, grenade.
Ah, shit!
Okay, easy. Fuel. Easy, guys, easy.
Research. Please enjoy our tasty selection of healthy foods.
Okay. Oh my god. The grenade launcher wouldn't be bad. Oh yeah! Wait. Do I get a grenade launcher? Like in one? Do I get a grenade launcher? Do I get a grenade launcher? I love a grenade launcher. Like, oh my god, where am I going? Try to go back down. I think I'm missing something here. No? This? Okay, I'll come back. I'll come back. Oh my god, I'm about to die. Okay, don't die, Leon. Here. Is there everything right in this kitchen? No? Another knife. Alright, and then this freaking guy right here. Die too. Come up. Oh my god. Okay. Nothing? Wait, is Mr. X gonna show up again? Advice, please don't die. I like it when you're alive. I'll try not to, okay? I'll try not to. Okay? Don't die? Okay? Nothing in here? Nothing? What's this? Electronic chip?
This might come in handy.
Huh. Do I need something here? No? Okay. Security room. I need to go back. I don't remember, lol. That chip looks like it could go on the wristband. Can it? Oh, wait, you're right! Hold on, wait, can I use it? Will it work? Will it work? No? Down. Okay, now. Oh, wait! Oh, okay. Now I could go back over here. Go on. Reception. Wait, it says I'm missing something over here.
Your presence is urgently requested by Chief Cartwright in the East area.
What am I missing here? This? Oh, map. That's everything, right? Okay. Oh my god, I don't have any more space. You know what? I'm gonna put this diamond key away. Here. Store this. This. Store this. You know what? I'm gonna take the... I'll take this with me. Oh, wait. I have more gunpowder? Hold on. Roll film. Okay. Key. Yeah, I'll just make more bullets. Okay. Alright, this is good. This is good. And I can go here now. You know what? Hold on. Hold on. Let me save. Okay, 25, 26, 25. Okay. Go here. Okay. What do you have? Special Forces recording. Alpha to Ghost. Target moving to the west area. Was it going to retrieve the G-Virus and antiviral agent? This is Ghost. Understood. Rendezvous at point W3. Roger. This is Alpha. Arrive at destination. Understood. Stand by for target. This is Alpha. I got eyes on the target. He's going to open the safe. Roger. Awaiting the signal. I got eyes on the G-Virus. We're going in. Dr. Birkin, you'll come along with us quietly. Dr. Birkin.
Virus is in the west area. Got it.
West area. West area. Okay, okay. Okay, and yeah, purple one. I'm only on level 2, huh? Okay. Level 2. Okay. Oh, this is level 3. I'm surprised they haven't given me like a first aid spray on the thing. I kind of need it. Lobby. Oh, nice. Goodbye. See, I'm back to normal. Okay. Anything else here for me to grab? There's a door here. I've always wondered how they build secret facility underground. You know what? Me too. Like the same thing with like Batman, you know? Now how like Batman has like this whole underground thing built, you know, for like his Batmobile and everything. Like, you know, don't you think the people who built it knows he's Batman? You know, like it's kind of like, come on, like they gotta know, right? This is everything in this room. Okay. Upgrade your wristband. How do I upgrade it? This?
Senior staff clearance required for computer access.
Senior staff. They are huge. I know, right? No, they don't. Batman has one guy who helped him build his tech, and he covers for him. Oh my god! Look at this nerd. But like the entire thing, like one person did it? No way. That's so like. That's such hard labor. You better get paid like good money. You know? Uh-oh.
What the?
Clicker?
Damn it.
How do I kill this guy? Oh, I shoot the pus. Okay. Okay. Gotcha. Only fire is killed. Oh, is that what I need? Can I burn him? Can I still burn him? No. Oh. Greenhouse control room. Okay, thank you, Mist. Thank you. Okay.
Dispensing solution now.
Oh. That's not gonna give them a buff, right? Right? Dispersal cartridge. There's... Okay, I need a code.
Oh boy. Son
Okay.
of a bitch. Oh, what the hell?
Can you die already?
Back up. Oh, I don't believe
You
it.
think I'm... There we go! Oh, nice. Okay, okay. Greenhouse. Okay. Need a... Okay. Is he okay? I don't think he's okay. Oh, purple plant. Oh, red plant. I'm in. Okay. Okay. Oh, oh my goodness! Please come out, come out, come out. Is it easy to just burn them with fire? Then like shooting them? You just die already?
Shit!
Okay. Alright, what is this? Oh, wait, is this the code? Is this the code? Roughly 11 seconds till black. Oh, okay. Okay, this is a... Is somebody remember this for me? Alright. Okay. Blue herb. Nothing, nothing.
Just.
Please burn!
You bastard.
Okay. Look at him, swing me around.
What?
Okay. Wait, did someone get? That's okay. I've great memory. I think I remember it. It's like that Japanese kanji, and then the two, and then. You know what? Let me just look at it again. Yeah, the Japanese kanji, the two, the Lego piece, and then the Japanese kanji again. See, I remember, kind of. Can I burn this? How do I get over? Over there. Can I not? Huh. I don't think I could. Okay. Okay. It was the Japanese kanji, the two, the Lego piece. Okay. Okay, nice. Nice. I'll say if you don't remember. Thank you, thank you. More gunpowder. Map? Okay. There's only one entrance. It's over here. Anything here? Server room. Okay, no power. I didn't think it was that close. Yeah, it was really close. Don't die now. I won't. I won't. I won't. Okay. Damn, I don't have room. Well, I'm gonna get rid of this. Okay. Are you alive? Are you alive? Yes, you are. Okay. Trophy? What do I do with this? You know what? I'm gonna get rid of you too. Okay. So power? Murph. Murph. Alright. You can combine red and blue? Really? Wait, but doesn't it like... It doesn't do anything, right? Or no? What? Okay, what to do with this? Do I still need this? I still do, right? Okay. Damn. What do I get rid of? Should I just get rid of one of my knives? Since I don't need it? Yeah, I'm just discard it. I need this more. Hold on. Alright. No, can't go back to the sewers? Damn. You can combine while in screen? Oh! Can you combine up to 3 herbs together? I thought it was only 2. Is it only 2? Or can you do 3? Alright. Oh no, they're waking up. And I'm just gonna leave. Ah! Ah! Holy shit! Just go. Okay, come here, right? What the heck? You can make RGB, GRB, or GGG. Oh! Oh, what the heck? I did not know that. No, I've been playing this like how I've been playing the first one. Muscle memory, you know? The liquor said F you, yeah. Sure did. It's okay. I got this. Guys, I got this. I got this. Oh my god, he scared me. Okay. Got my pistol out. Okay. Yeah. You're dead, right? Okay. What's this? Okay. So many bullets! So many bullets. What's in here? Combine? Oh my god. Shit, you could do the same thing in the first one? Really? Like combine 3? Then why have I been combining only 2? Am I... I didn't know that. What? Somebody's note. Everybody's turned vitrified. They keep coming back again and again. Burn them all. Burn them until the whole body is black as ash. There's no other way. Okay, okay. Signal modulator. Modulator. God. I don't know why have you. I don't know. You hardly had 3 plants anyways. You're right. You're right. I see. You learn new things every day, guys. Oh wait, I'm here now. Okay, now I can save. Save my game. 27. Okay, okay. See, this is okay. You know, I'm doing good. I'm doing a good job. Okay, where have I not gone? Control room. Is it this room? No, no. This room? Greenhouse control room. Solution, sprinkler system. No, I went here, right? Oh wait, there's another room here? Wait, I did not see that. Okay. Choose these! Stop moving! Okay. God, I'm gonna... I'm falling asleep and I don't want to. Help! You should go to sleep, Javier! It's like super late for you. You know, if you're tired, you can go sleep. It's okay. You know, plus you're sick, so you know it's a good sign that you want to sleep. Okay, here. Oh damn! I didn't see this. I'm blind. Drug testing lab. Okay. Plant 43 herbicide synthesis. Place an empty cartridge into the solution dispenser. Add the required amount of UMB number 21. Cool immediately. Okay. Plant 43 exhibits astounding growth. If something unfortunate were to occur, it may be hard to control. In the event of an unforeseen incident, manufacture the herbicide using the instruction above in order to minimize damage. Okay. Am I supposed to unlock this? Okay. Is this guy dead? Okay. No, Shen. If suddenly I don't speak anymore, it's because I died. No, no, no. That's okay. You should go to sleep. Yeah. Okay. Should I just guess what the signs are then? So it's the 2 Lego pieces. 1. Okay. 2 Lego pieces. 1. Let's see. Lego. Yes, Lego. Yeah, I'ma just guess it. See if it works. 2 Lego pieces. And it was... Is it this? No. This. This. No? 2 Lego pieces. This. 2 Lego pieces. This. 2 like... Oh, wrong one. 2 Lego pieces. This. It was the thicker one? The thicker one? 2 Lego pieces. This. Okay, this is gonna take so long. Do you really think the game is expecting you to brute force this puzzle? You know, no, but like, you never know. You know, you never know. Hold on, maybe there's a clue somewhere. There has to be, right? 2 Lego pieces, the thick single square, and then is it on the side or anything? No? Was it on a piece of paper I read? Let me check. Nothing? This is like instructions. Okay. That must have worked for someone once. You know what? We're gonna keep trying. What is that noise? How do I get over here though? Can I not go over there? Okay. Okay, Shan, I'm going to go and continue working on a project of mine. Have fun. Have a good rest of your day, everyone. Thank you, Kenny. Thank you for coming by. Good luck on your project. Make sure you work super hard and hydrate. Alrighty. Also, good luck. Thank you for coming by. Have a good night, Kenny. Make sure you lock your doors, lock your windows, lock your closet, cause I'm gonna lurk. Ha 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 ha. Oh, I did the wrong one. Lego piece. This one. You guys think I would get it right if I just keep going? I think there's like 300 combinations. I got that grape juice. Nice. Have fun drinking grape juice. Don't drink too much though. Huh. 3 hours later? I will get this. I'll get it. Watch. Oh, it has to be like one of these, right? This one. Huh. Do you want the answer? No. I don't want the answer. I got this. This. This isn't gonna work, guys. Huh. 2 Lego pieces. No, what? Okay. I went down here. No, what? We're gonna go back down the ladder. Okay, what is she trying to unlock? The testing room thingy. This testing room thingy. I don't know what you call it. The testing room thingy. Maybe I missed something here. Oh, server room. Wait, I didn't go there? Hold on. Wait, can I even go there? Can I even? Nope. Okay. Sharp left. Sharp left. Sharp left. Oh yeah, no power, that's right. Okay. Circuit. Locked door. And then the stairs takes me back up to the lobby. Okay. I can't go here. And I also can't go here. Circuit breaker. Never mind. The mixer? I mean, you can't certainly go there if you don't mind a liquor nearby. Oh. I see. Should I go to the exclamation mark? Oh! Oh, wait. No, the exclamation mark says, like, mark or something. Right? Okay. I don't think I could do anything there. How are you, Shen? Oh, welcome in, Saint Carrots. Welcome in, welcome. How are you, Shen? I'm doing great. I'm like having so much fun playing Resident Evil 2. You know, I'm having my big brain moment. No? Right here. Okay, what does it say? Murph. See, it says Murph. And I need a... Oh, wait! Am I dumb? Hold on. I'm so dumb! Okay. Wait, no. No, wait. No, that's where I got it from. I'm dumb. Okay. Never mind. Wait. This is where I got it from, right? Okay. I know she has the frequency thing. Yeah. I'm supposed to use this on the other one, right? Because there was... Examine it? Oh my god! It's so right! I keep forgetting! Okay. Oh god. Always check the item you pick out. Thank you! I always forget. Also, thank you for the hydrate, Yoshi. Thank you. Oh my god. Murph? Okay. I got it. Oh my god. The Nintendo Switch puzzle. Gotta set it to Murph. How do I set it though? It won't let me like... E? Oh, there we go. Okay. Okay, WASD for right. Okay, it's like... I got this. Okay. Okay, is this right? Okay, so close. Okay. Are you kidding me? What do you mean? It's set to Murph, is it not? Oh my god, that's not for Murph, that's Muff! I'm dumb! Guys, I cannot read. Holy shit. Hold on, this is Murph. release of your mixtape. How rude. I know, right? I got this. I got this. Okay. Like this, and then... Alright! Okay, okay. There we go. Nice. Zombie, you better go away, zombie. I swear to God. Smurf? Smurf? Yeah, Smurf. Ignore me. Ignore me. Okay. Okay. Yep. Give me that. Give me that. Okay. Nice. What is it? More propane? Okay. 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 I'm doing great. Smurf, Smurf. Oh, Vito girl, welcome in. Welcome, welcome. How are you? How is your day? How have you been? Don't you have more objects to examine? More objects. Oh, like this one. I didn't look at this one. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's so rich. This is the code, guys. This is the code. This is the code. See, I was so close. See, I was right. It was the skinny one. Chaos. See? Your fault. Shit, I just want you to know that you have everything you need. Thank you, miss. Thank you, thank you. Seeing the flamethrower makes me think of Korean barbecue. Oh my god. No, I kind of want some Korean barbecue now. Another knife. Another dagger. Okay, do I need any of these? Or rolled film, long barrel, blue herb, wooden boards. Okay, now I'll put this away. Okay, got everything in here. Now I can just go back. All right, nice, 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 so nice. Oh my god. Oh my god, go up. Hey, the thick one is there, just in the wrong spots. Yup, yup. Alright, I'll go up here. Oh no, no, wait, no, yes, yes, up here. Okay. Do I remember what it was? Not really. I think it was this. No? This, and this one? Which one was it? Oh shoot, I'm dumb. Okay. This one. You know, wait. No. Let's just look at it again. Okay. Big square, small square. Okay. Okay, Lego. Big square, small square. There we go. Okay. Now that is open. I could go there. Okay. Over here. Alright. Put in this. Empty.
Manual mode engaged. Adjust amount of solution to match cartridge capacity.
Like this. And then Okay. And then this. This. Okay. This. And this. And then this. I need this one. Okay. I'm so smart. I am so smart, guys. I love puzzles. Ooh. All right, that's everything. Okay. Go, and then now I could put it in here. There you go. I've actually seen people struggle with that one. Really, I feel like it's one of the easiest ones. Like it's so easy. Okay. What did he say to do? Do I just? What am I supposed to do? I wasn't listening. Do I spray it now? How do I spray it? In here? Senior staff PC. Oh my god. Yeah, congrats is making gamer bath sauce. It's poison, make it stop. Yeah, it's poison. Okay, what am I supposed to do? Wait, basement 2. In here. Locked door. Locked door. Locked door. You know what? I'ma save. Let me save my game. Yes. Okay. Now we go back. I think. This goes here. Wait. Over here is a shorter way. Did you get the pouch from the cafeteria area? Yes. I did? I believe so. Yes. I got everything in the cafeteria area. Yeah. And then this is where I got the thingy. Go here. Oh, buddy. Buddy. Oh my god. Stop moving! Hey. Okay. Noise. Okay. Over here. Oh my god. This is why I hate vegetables. Vegetables? Like vegetables? You know what I learned? I didn't know that I've been saying vegetables wrong. But I've been saying vegetables wrong. Like vegetables. Yeah. Low temp testing lab. Okay. Vegetables. Okay, now I'm here.
Welcome back, Dr. Lee. You have 5 new messages.
Vegetables. Are better? I like vegetables, alright, guys? I'm a vegetable muncher. Like, I think it's because I like crunch. You know? Yeah. Rick Mendoza. What are you up to? Can you believe that bastard card right? Quit your jet, asshole. Well, I guess he is the boss for now. Anyways, have you seen the helix anywhere? I put the secret on the bottom. Let me know you find it. Oh, busy guy, huh? So you couldn't make your little meeting? Fine, don't worry about the greenhouse inspection. Instead, I'll give you something real simple to do. Put together the budget estimate for the year after the next and get it done tonight. Are you alive? We're under attack. People are dead. The east area is cut off. We can't operate the bridge with the wristband we have here. Where's that bastard cart to right? Hiding. Rick Mendoza, please reply. Plant 43 is going wild. The greenhouse is hell. We need to send someone in there before it's too late. Wayne, how do we stop this thing? You have to help us. Please reply. Rick Mendoza, none. Do you remember Susie, the cheerleader? What a great gal. We were both into her. Of course, she wasn't into nerds. I still have to give you those comics and games I borrowed. But you might have to wait a while. Oh my god! Okay. Anything in here I could take? No? No? What am I missing? Did I forget to grab something? For this body? No? No? Nothing, nothing. Nothing, nothing. Nothing for me to grab? No? Nothing. Okay. Vegetables. Vegetables? You like vegetables, Yoshi?
Who left the freezer open?
Uh-oh. Okay. Oh. So yummy and nutritious. Indeed. Okay, now it's frozen. Okay.
Cooling complete.
Okay, I'll take this. Cooling complete. You guys know, whenever I was like working fast food, my favorite place was always the freezer. I don't know why. It's like, it's so cold and like secured and like, you know, I could die in it, but it feels so safe. Okay. What did the letter say? Cool immediately. Okay, it's something unfortunate with okay, maybe how to control it, the event of okay. How do I get out? The fog inside the freezer looks magical, I guess. Yeah, it does, right? It's like, it's all like cloudy and like, you know? I heard that loud and clear. You know, you should be able to hear it. Okay. Now I go back up, back up, back up. Okay. I'm zooming. I'm zooming. Okay. And then now I think we could put it in this thingy now. Back it up. Back it up. Back what up? This big fat Okay, Mr. Leon Kennedy. No?
Dispensing solution now.
Here we go. Mmm.
That did the
Nice.
trick.
Warning. You have dispersed a dangerous solution without authorization. Your actions have been logged, and you may be subject to disciplinary measures.
Sorry. She's yelling at me. Okay. Blind.
Okay,
Uh-oh.
this is a really bad
What the
idea.
heck?
It's 2 a.m.
Ah! See what you did?
And I'm gonna regret this so much. Okay.
I'm dead!
Right. External process on you. Ooh, you're so warm. Couldn't help but notice your butt from across the floor. Nuzzle you naked, wake it to the hee. Unsip so lucky as pencil, baby. You so
call me
musty. Take me home,
avocado.
pet me, and make me yours, and don't forget to stuff me. See me while my little baby tail boji
Boji.
kisses and lickies and neck. I hope daddy likes nuzzles and wuzzles and jazz. I'll be getting thirsty. Hey, I got a little itch. You think you can help me? Only 7 inches long. Ooh, please stop me. Pause on your boy just and lick my lips. Ooh, punish me please. Gotta hit them with this very shit. You don't see it coming.
Oh my goodness. You don't see it coming. For reals, for reals. Meteor. Got nuzzled too hard. Oh my goodness. Actually, amazing timing. Thank you for the redeem. Thank you, thank you. He surrendered his tier 3 sub for bathwater.
Okay, I know this is a really bad idea, but it's 2 a.m. and I'm bored. And I'm gonna regret this so much. Okay. Right. Extra some pounces on you. Ooh, you're so warm. Couldn't help but notice your butt from across the floor. Nuzzle you naked, wake it to the hee. Unsip so baggy as pencil, baby. You so musty. Take me home, pet me, and make me yours. And don't forget to stuff me. See me while my little baby tail boji kisses and lickies and neck. I hope daddy likes nuzzles and wuzzles and jazz. I'll be getting thirsty. Hey, I got a little itch. You think you can help me? Only
He is
7
like
inches
crazy.
long. Ooh, please stop me. Pause on your boy just and lick my lips. Ooh, punish me please. Gotta hit them with this very shit.
You don't see it coming. I didn't see it coming. Oh my goodness. You guys are crazy. Back to back. Jeez. And coin. Extra nuzzles process on you. Ooh, you're so warm. Couldn't help but notice your bitch from across the floor. Again. No, not again. Guys, you guys already played it 3 times. 3 times this stream. Alright? You know how many points is that? That's like 34 points? I'm not 34. 34,000? Is it 34,000? 34,000 points? Oh, 32,000 points? That's oh my gosh. You guys are crazy. I don't know math, guys. Not 34. Roughly 3,200 30. Oh my god, I can't. Oh my god, not 3,200. 32,000. 32,000 channel points. That is crazy, guys. You guys are crazy. How many hours is that? Oh my god. You guys are crazy. Oh my goodness. I'll do the autosave one. Okay. Since I'm here, I just need to grab it. Okay. Shen, what can I say? You made a banger? Damn. My biggest regret. I also got scammed earlier. Yeah, that's right. Yoshi got scammed for 10,000 points.
That did the trick.
You guys are... Oh my god. Freaking... Look at these freaking degenerates. I swear to god. I thought I was the degenerate here. You guys are crazy. Actually, insane. You guys are... You guys need therapy. Wow, quiet you. Quiet you.
Shit.
Oh my god, is that Mr. X? Please leave me alone. Ah! Oh my god, I actually dodged that? No way. Oh my god, oh my god. I hope you get bitten again in game. In game. Okay. Where am I? I'm here. I don't think I need to come here anymore. I could leave. Can I do this? William Birkin. High priority. Increase security. When the nest becomes a nest for spies. 3 last month. And another 4 this month. And those are just the ones we caught? Step by security. Quite right. Or do you want to end up like your predecessor? Oh my god. Also, I'll be restricting access to the west area from today. Ignore all requests from the headquarters for information on G. Those suits contribute nothing to this project anyways. Sender, no reply. Warning, unauthorized access detected. Herbicide dispersal by unauthorized employee detected in the east area. Wayne Lee. Oh god. Oh god. Oh my god. Can I leave now? Okay. Oh my god, Mr. X? Yes, Mr. X! He in fact did not leave you alone. Stalker? Yeah, Mr. X is a stalker. Can you believe that? Oh my god. Okay. Now I could go to number 3. Wait! I should have saved! Hold on. Can I go back? He's not gonna be there, right? No? I could hear him. Okay, 30 right here. Alright. Just making my way downtown. Face is past and I'm homebound. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun. Alright. There we go. He's not behind me, right? What is this? Another tape? And a grenade? And I want you. And I need you. I could store this. Is there like player here? No? No, I can't play it. I guess not. Okay, let me just put this away. put this away. Might as well put this away. Okay. And then this is OSS. 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 Okay. Oh my god. Yeah, I think I might need to. But go back. Here you go. Okay. Oh, there we go. Okay, now can use the video. All right. I'm just gonna grab a chip and I eat it.
Got eyes on the G virus. We're going in. Dr. Birkin, you'll come along with us quietly.
You think I didn't know you were coming? This is my life's work. I'm not handing over anything.
We have our orders, Dr. Birkin. I'll ask you one more time.
Goddamn! Yeah, they didn't give him a chance. Oh my god.
What the fuck were you thinking? Our orders were to bring him in alive.
Damn. They were supposed to keep him alive and then shot him? Not even once. It was like rapid fire.
That's correct, sir. Roger that. Just disabled then. Let's move.
So those were G samples.
But if they just shot him, yeah. Honestly, they didn't have to go that hard on him. You know, you could just shot his leg and like he wouldn't be able to run. That's simple, you know? William Birkin's inbox. Jane Doyle. Suspended research on G. The Umbrella Corporation has decided to cease all research on G, which is ongoing at the Nest Underground Laboratory. All funding for this project has been cut, and laboratory director William Birkin has been removed from his post. Sender B.E. Who is B.E.? Thank you for your mail, Dr. Birkin. Top Brass has expressed an interest in this evolving bioweapon you mentioned. Do not worry about our cause. Our company is the most well-funded in the whole of the United States. Oh. Richard Kessler. I heard the good news. G is almost ready. Strange, you never thought to report the research lab here at Umbrella HQ. Oh my god. But I suppose I can let that slide. Anyways, send over data, would you? And don't worry, you've done good work on G. But we can take care of the rest. Oh my god. Jane Doyle. Notice of admonishment. You're under suspicion of breaching your contract with the Umbrella Corporation. It has become clear that you have claimed ownership of the G project and has been in an unauthorized contract with the US military. A spy! Please respond to the investigation committee summons within 24 hours. Oh my god! Can run with just one leg? Yeah. I mean, you know, he wouldn't die, but like, you know, he'll still be alive. You know? Am I missing anything here? Oh, purple plants. Okay, okay. Is that it? Should I just carry it with me? Oh! Noise, noise. Okay. What's here? Oh my god, my eyes is so bright. Oh. Can I go down here? No? Oh my god, it's getting sussy. Okay. Research diary. Embryo growth observation. After the G embryo was implanted in the subject, we made a 50 centimeter incision from the chest to the abdomen. Abdomen? Abdomen? Oh my god, am I saying that right? And began our observation with the help of the medical team. The subject's consciousness level was kept between 15 lucid, GCS 10. However, the subject's consciousness level deteriorated and further observation was deemed unnecessary. The subject was then disposed of. Breeding rate. Breeding? Wait, oh my god. The G virus was administered to subject File 1. File 1 mutated into G form and was introduced to a group of 50 test subjects. After 20 hours, 36 minutes, it was absurd that all but one of the test subjects has been implanted with the embryo. All subjects were disposed of. One subject broke down during experimentation and took their own life. What? Oh my god! Oh my god! I'll be driving home now. Happy stream, Shen. Thank you. Drive safe. Don't crash. Be careful. Don't hit anyone. You know, even if there's a little kid, don't hit them. Be safe. Yeah, be careful. Alright. Okay. Next page. T-virus resistant experimentation. We administered the G-virus to subject 628, who has shown slight resistance to the T-virus. The virus was then introduced to subject 639, with whom 628 had a close relationship. 628 showed some signs of resistance but had been implanted with an embryo after 24 minutes. T-virus resistance does nothing to stop the mental deterioration caused by the G-virus. Oh, okay. Okay. Too much important information. I know, right?
Huh. That was easy.
Yeah, that was so easy.
Now back to Ada.
Back to Ada.
Attention, unauthorized removal
These are all the embryos?
virus detected. Facility lockdown initiated.
Can I grab this?
Self-destruct sequence will begin.
He's safe? Okay, 31. Oh my god, easy. Yeah, easy, right? Okay, I can put this away. Okay.
Attention,
Red plant.
unauthorized
More powder.
of a level 4 virus detected.
I can combine this.
Facility lockdown
Oh, okay, I want to carry two. Oh, wait.
initiated.
Just reload it.
Self-destruct sequence will begin when lockdown
Alright, nice.
is complete. Attention, unauthorized removal
Is everything in this room?
of a level 4 virus.
Hold on, let me save again. I'm gonna save one more time.
Facility lockdown
Just in case I don't have to, like, do the stuff all over again. Alright.
Self-destruct sequence
It's time to get back to Ada. What could go wrong?
complete.
Oh, so much. So much could go wrong.
Attention, unauthorized removal of a level 4 virus detected.
Okay.
Facility lockdown initiated.
Is Mr. X gonna show up?
Begin when lockdown.
I have a feeling he's gonna be a... Ah, I knew it! Wait, no, that's not Mr. X. That's the tyrant. Birkin? That's Birkin, right?
What the hell's going on?
Sorry, William. Left me no choice.
Are they lovers? She's dead! I mean, he's dead! He's dead!
Call this thing William. Why?
It shouldn't have been like this. It's Umbrella's fault, this whole mess.
Your umbrella too. You're telling me you're involved in this.
Yes.
Oh god, Birkin, but more handsome.
We never meant for this to happen.
Then tell me everything. Right from the start.
Oh, some lore?
You don't get away that easily.
Oh my god.
Good God, William. What have you done?
Oh, so he took one
So
of
you
the
made this
syringe.
monster.
We made the G-Virus, but we never intended
You can
this.
spin it any way you want. You're still responsible.
Oh! Oh! He injected himself with the G-Virus, that's why he's so beautiful. You think that's beautiful? Alright, boss battle. Boss battle. What the heck? Miss!
We can't let him get away!
I'm still on here! What do you mean? Annette? I'm dead. I'm so dead. I'm so dead. I'm so dead. So dead. I need like some distance. Okay. Ah! Run! What is this? Oh my god! Run, Leon! Run! How do I kill him? How do I kill him? Holy shit. Combine. Combine. Woo! Woo! Fight! Run, Leon! Is there any more healing item? This. I don't need this. I don't need this either. God damn. Woo! I'm dead. Okay. Now I know what to do. Now I know what to do. Okay. Okay, okay. Okay.
Facility lockdown initiated. Self-destruct sequence will begin when lockdown is complete.
Can I just load? Hold on. Where's the autosave? Oh, I'm just back here. Okay. skip this. Alright, look for object. It seems that there are too many. Yeah.
Move. He's mine.
Okay.
This has to end.
What the hell's going on?
Sorry, William. You left me no choice.
You left me no choice. Okay, first thing I'm gonna do is grab the first aid spray. Mm-hmm.
It's Umbrella's fault, this whole mess.
You're Umbrella too. You're telling me you weren't involved in this?
Yes. But we never meant for this to happen.
Then tell me everything. Right from the start.
Instead of hurting him, it seems that she buffed him. Yeah, I know, right? Like he's just getting stronger and stronger.
Good God, William. What have you done?
What have you done?
So you made this monster.
We made the G-Virus, but we never intended
You
this.
spin it any way you want. You're still responsible.
God damn. She got yeeted. Okay, okay. What are you doing?
We can't let him get away.
Okay, but even if I do kill him, isn't Mr. X still gonna come for me? No! Oh my god. Sorry. So sorry. Okay. Ah! Fuck. I was stuck. I was trapped. I was trapped. I was trapped. I was trapped. Oh, what? Am I supposed to use it? Where is it? Whoa! No! Yeah, shoot your leg. Shoot your leg. Oh god. Which eye? Oh my god. Oh my god! Why is his range so far? Oh god. The flashbang is this one when you cuss it. Oh, we're not cornered, really? Okay. Oh, I don't need you. Oh my god. Ah! Oh my god. Run, Leon, run, run. Run, Leon, run. Leon, run. Okay. Eyeball. Is there first aid here? Please, 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 please. Ah! Oh my god. What is this? Grenade? I don't need a fucking grenade! Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. He just. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. I just died to him throwing that at me. Oh my god. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. God, is he okay? He is not okay. Not okay at all. Okay. God. I'm so ready.
He's mine.
Did I skip this? Oh, space. Skip. Okay.
Class A breach detected. Flash until target is neutralized.
Oh, fuck. Oh my god, Leon. Okay. Ah! Fuck. Run, run, run! Fuck him away. I got this. Oh my god. Run! Leon! Can you run, Leon? Oh my god. Wait, there's nothing here for me to grab. Oh wait. No! What? Oh, wait. No! Fuck! Run! This is hard, guys. You know what? I got this. I got this. Okay. Yeah, it's a tough battle. Yeah, I can see that. Oh my god. Yeah, I know. Me too. I figure I could just blind and like, you know, shoot him instead of like, you know.
Class A breach detected.
That was kind of my strat. You know what?
Until target is neutralized.
Go here. Is this not quick? Holy shit. Holy shit! Leo, can you? Oh my god. Go, 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 go. I might as well grab this. Grab this. Oh my god! You kidding me? Holy shit. Fuck. Oh my god, this is so hard! Okay. It's like Leon doesn't want to rock or something. No, 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 no! No? Oh my god. Something here? This is where I came from, right? Oh! I'm so dead! Oh, oh shit! Oh shit! Oh my god! Oh shit! Oh my god! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh my god! Fuck. Reload. Come at me! Come at me! Come at me! Come at me! Ah! Oh my god! Leon, please! Leon, please! Leon, please! Please! Leon, please! Leon, please! Ah! Oh my god! Please, Leon, please. I'm begging. Ah! Oh god! Oh god! W. Ah! Fine. Please. I don't have anything else to throw him with. Okay. What is this? Where is he? No! No! Oh my god! Run, Leon, run! Oh god. He's triple hitting! Oh my god! Are you fucking kidding me? I'm out of bullet. Get lit! So what is he doing now? Oh my god! Ah! Oh my god! Ah! Oh my god! Leon, oh my god. Leon! Oh my god, guys! Oh my god, guys! Oh my god! Oh my god! He's dead, right? He's freaking dead, right? He's dead, right? I'm out of here. Fuck. Oh my god. Guys, my heart is literally pumping. Jesus. Oh my god.
It's worse.
Damn.
Believe me.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
It's going to the FBI.
Thank you.
Trust that bitch.
What's that supposed to mean?
She's not FBI. She's a mercenary. She's gonna sell it.
A sick person should not be stressed like this. I'm sorry, Happy. I'm sorry. Oh, Ada is mercenary?
But if the G-virus gets into the wrong hands.
God damn.
Self-destruct sequence will begin when lockdown
Okay.
is complete. Attention.
Oh my god! Welcome in, Raiders! Holy shit! Thank you for the raid! Oh my god! Thank you, thank you!
Hey, how are you?
Here's a shout out for you.
Let's go.
Beat us raid! Welcome in, Raiders! Welcome, welcome!
It's okay. Alright.
Oh, you again? Another shout out?
I just
Damn,
got
Kabali,
back.
you really tried that.
I just got back.
I'm slow. It's okay. Double clips, double clips. Rah, rah, welcome in, everyone. How was your stream? How is it? How is it? How was your stream? Wait, why did it shout me out? I actually don't know. So thank you for the follow. Thank you, thank you. Was good? Nice. What did you play? What were you streaming? Play some Resident Evil 5. Oh my god. 5 is the co-op one, right? Did you play with someone or are you doing it solo? Now I'm just fast with it. Best mod moment. W mod chaos. W mod. Yeah. Ah, I see. Nice. I will play RE5 one day, but right now I'm currently on RE2. You know, I finished RE1 and then now I'm playing RE2, and then I'm almost finished with RE2 and I'm gonna play RE3 next. It's so exciting. Playthrough always the only Shino. Oh, nice. WW. Oh my god. I don't know who I'm gonna play 5 with though. We will see. I have some candidates, so real chaos best mod. Best mod indeed. Say that to Buns. Say that to Mummy. Mummy would be like, huh? Aren't I the best mod? And then, you know, everybody's gonna fight over who's the best mod. Also, Ishara, y'all since you didn't put that. Oh! I mean, Yui is great mod. Oh! Best mod, great mod. What is next? Iron mod? Bronze mod. Candidates is crazy. Can't these days. Okay, Yui. Okay. Hee hee ha ha. So funny, you. So funny. I told you I will roll through 5. Yeah, I know, but there's like some people who ask me to play 5 with them too. So I'm like, you know, who should I play 5 with? You know, I gotta pick who I want to play 5 with the most. But we will see. Once I get there, I will choose one. Modification? Sockon? Sockon these nuts! Yep, these nuts. Indeed. She's popular, guys! I'm so popular. I'm not popular, alright? I'm like the lonely kid who like, you know, play Pokemon cards at lunch. Alright. Okay, now I gotta get to Ada. Am I even going the right way? Okay. Ada! My sexy queen! Can I sit at the cool kids table with you? You think I'm a cool kid? You know, I think I'm a hot kid.
I was just thinking about you.
There's 2 of us.
No, I can't know.
No, we made a good team.
Now see, what could go wrong? Everything went wrong. Yeah, everything went Ada wrong.
Oh, you got it.
Oh, I got it.
I'm so sorry, guys.
I ran into a net. She claimed you're not FBI.
How do I sit at the hot kids table too? Oh, too bad, Yoshi. You're too cool for us. You can't sit here. You're too cool for us.
I didn't.
I really hoped it wouldn't end up like this.
Oh no. Oh no. You know, my favorite trope is enemies to lovers, but right now it's lovers to enemies. And I love it twice as much.
Hand over the sample. I don't want to hurt you.
Oh my god, it's Ada Lee! No, Ada Wong! Okay, kill us, Ada Wong! What? Too cool? Yeah, too cool.
But I don't think you can.
Hey yo! Wait, the... Hey yo! Who shot her? Oh my god! Fuck you, Annette! F you, Annette! How dare you hit my GF? Uh-oh.
No one gets that sample now.
Oh my god, Annette! F you! Annette! Yeah, you deserve to die for that! Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness, Annette.
Hold on.
Not the hot lady! Not the hot lady! I know, right?
Forget it.
In the original game, you could check out her gun. You would see that her gun is unloaded. Really?
Don't do this.
Oh my god. No!
Take care of yourself, Leon.
Oh my god.
No!
No, Ada! She's gonna survive, right? She's the main character. She can't die. But how does one survive that kind of fall? You know? Unless she like fell in water or something. Goodbye, red lady. Oh no. Maybe? Am I right? Am I right? She fell into like the sewer water, like the poopy water. Oh my god. Escape the lab? How do I leave? How do I leave? This? 10 minutes? Oh my god, 10 minutes. Yes, I heard that. You don't gotta keep yelling at me. AI voice Siri thingy. Can this elevator go any slower? Okay. God damn, how deep? Don't you guys ever wonder, like, you know, when people like dig holes and stuff for like buildings, where did they put all the dirt? Or like, you know, all the stuff that they dug out, you know?
Who's that?
Is that Jill? Oh my god! Oh my god! Hold on, guys. My headphone died. I gotta improvise. Hold on. Is that Jill, my queen? Oh my god. Is Claire? That's Claire? Is that Claire? Okay.
There.
Leon? You're down here too!
Yeah, but the whole place is coming down. Listen to me. You need to get out. Fast.
Yeah.
Okay, run, Claire, run!
We can make it.
How did she get there? I actually don't know. How did she get there?
Claire, are you still there?
You still there, Claire?
Leon? Hey, Leon, you're breaking up.
Breaking up?
Forget about me. Just get out of here.
I guess you could say Ada and Leon broke. Okay, okay. Calm and steady wins the game. Calm and steady, you know? You don't gotta panic. This is where I came from. Okay. Calm and steady wins the game. Calm and steady. What is this? Another deck. Another knife. Why is he giving me so many knives? Like that's the thing I need the least. Come on. Okay, I can save here. Dirty. Okay. Here. Okay. Go on. Jump off, jump off.
What the?
Oh no. Just ignore them. Just ignore them. Shoot it!
Oh, what the hell?
You know what? I'm just gonna run. Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck shooting them. Oh my god. Go in, go in. Go in! Alright, I need it. I needed this. Okay, combine. Okay, combine. Okay, Miss Herbs. Use it, please.
Detonation.
Okay. Just unload it. Proceed to unload it one. I'm sorry. Muscle memory. Okay? Muscle memory. Ah, oh my god!
Is this a fucking joke?
It's a fucking joke. It is a fucking joke. Are you kidding me? Mr. X, are you fucking kidding me? Hold on. Joe is mama. Joe is so very mama. I love Joe so much, but she was so dumb in the first game. Man cannot even walk properly. It was annoying me so much. Oh my god. Make the jump. Just make the jump. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh! 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 Damn. Your biggest fan is back. Yeah, Mr. X. God damn.
Gotta keep going.
Just keep going, Leon. Please, you're the main character. You can't die, you know? There's no dying for you. Okay. Nice. What the heck is this? What the heck is this? A drink plug?
Attention. Self-destruct sequence initiated.
Here?
Use the central.
Okay. Biggest stalker. So since you're at the end of the game, you want to know the secret behind Mr. X? Sure. Mr. X is. Are you gonna tell me he's like Weskers or something? Like he's like one of the FBI people, or like someone from Umbrella Corp. Mr. X is just a tyrant. Oh, he's just a tyrant, but like a better, more developed one, huh? Okay. How do I beat him?
7 minutes.
Ah! Oh my god! You kidding me? How do I? Oh my god! Fuck. Shiz. Come over here. Fuck! Okay. Okay. Well, this would be a good start for beating him. Beating him how? He's not taking his pants off. Fuck! Oh shit! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh shit! Leon! Oh my god! Please! Ah! Fuck! Ah! This is the final battle? Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Alright. I'm ready. Okay. This door, right? This is where I came from? Okay. Okay. Ignore these little Hello, gremlins. Oh, see, this is what happened when I ignored them. God. This one. Stop! Oh my God! Why are you guys hitting me now? You guys weren't even hitting me earlier. Jesus. It's okay. Hey, okay. Nice. Combine. News. Okay. Nice. Okay. Okay, fire battle only with pistol because you're the goat. You have knives? Okay. I don't need more, but okay. Oh, okay.
Is this a fucking joke?
Come here. Ah, come here. Okay. Here. Ignore that freaking zombie, okay. Go here. Here. Okay. How do you make a tissue dance? You blow on it? Okay, Leon. Damn, it's boss battle after boss battle. No, you put a boogie in it? Oh! I see. Okay. Have this. Bullets. This. Is there a green herb here? Nor? Okay, no save file thingy. Okay. Okay. Slow and steady wins the game. Slow and steady wins the game. Okay. Once Mr. X tries to fist me, I will dodge. Oh my God, he is so jacked. Well, shit, you can do it. Thank you. Alright, come on. Ah! Oh my God. Leon, you're just so slow. Leon, you're so freaking slow. Seriously. Leon is so slow! Oh my God.
7 minutes until detonation.
Leon! Oh my God! Can you not run, Leon? Oh my God, I swear to God, Leon! Oh my God, no. Okay. It's okay. Out of ring. I just gotta like... Oh my God, Leon, please! I just gotta stall him until like we fall down, right? First. Right. Fuck, he's so close!
Not good.
Stop! Oh my God! Shit. First. Yeah, Leon! Please. How far down to go? No, shiz. Okay. Oh my God. Get yourself! Jesus Christ. How freaking deep? Oh my goodness. God damn. Huh. Okay. 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 Here we are. Jesus. Break his ankle? Brutal? You don't have any resources left in your item box? Nope. Not really. Like healing resources? Nope. All I have is like keys and like the blue herb. But I don't really need a blue herb, right? Okay. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. Come at me. 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 Oh God. Oh my God. Oh my God. That freaking box. Oh my God. I'm so sorry. Well, R and B gives you defense buff. Does it really? Wait. Oh my God. I did not know that. Okay. Okay, I need him to... Oh yeah, the shield icon on the bottom. Oh! Oh! Okay, I was wondering what the heck that was. Okay. See, now that makes so much more sense now. So much more sense. Goddamn! Goddamn! Okay. Can I just use my fucking shit? Fucking okay. Okay. You know what? Okay. Where did I load? Okay. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. In here. We go in here. Okay. Ready? I'm ready. Ignore these little gremlin creatures. Don't you dare come next to me. Don't you dare come in. Get away from me. Okay. Nice. Okay, nice. Okay, this. Okay. Definitely take the hand grenade next to the item box. Okay. Okay. Gotcha, gotcha. Gotcha. Come down here, Mr. X. Okay. Gotcha. Come here. Okay. Over here. Ignore you. I should. Opening this. Can just skip this? Okay. Where am I? Here. And then right here. And I might as well do this. Combine with this. This hand grenade. Hand grenade. Hand grenade. Grenade? Is a grenade here? Hold on, let me just check. Ammo roll. Right here. Oh, I'm taking another knife. Another knife. I have 4 knives. Why do I have 4 knives? Okay. Nice. Okay. I think this is good. Alright. Okay. The pistol won't help much. You'll have to dodge attacks until time passes, right? I think so. I feel like I'm I'm not doing any like damage. Unless flamethrower. Okay, Mr. X. Oof, Leon. Okay, I'm so ready. Okay. Ow! Oh. Trying to get him to the corner. Oh my god, he actually took. Oh my god, he actually reached me. Ah! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Just saying, he's already kind of on fire. Doesn't seem to care much. You're right. You're right. You're so right. You're so right. You're so right. Okay. Oh my god! Please, please. Come here, come here! God! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Run, 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 Leon, run, 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 Leon!
Uh-oh. Not good.
Not good! Oh my god! Down. Oh my goodness. You are dead. Yes, I know I'm freaking dead. God damn. Okay. You know what? I think I'm gonna just have to like dodge, right? Constantly? Come on. Come on. Not good, not good, not good. Come over here. Come over here. Gimme, gimme. Oh god. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Okay, come over here, come over here. Please, please.
7
Okay, his range is so far. Ah! Oh my god, his range. No way, no way. No way! Oh my god. Oh my god. Leon, please. Take a hydrate after this. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for the hydrate. Hit that, please.
6 minutes until detonation.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Please. Okay. Come in, come in. Come in. Fudge, 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 fudge. Fudge. Chest. You little B-word! You little B-word! Come over here! Come on! I'm good. I'm good. So thank you for the hydrate, Yoshi. Thank you, thank you. Oh god, I love this so much. But that was good, right? That was good. Like I lasted longer than I ever did the past couple. Oh god. Don't run around, he'll always hit you like that. Try to see if you can get past him. I know it's harder said than done, but otherwise he will always hit you when he corners you. Okay. 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 So, okay. What I'm gonna do is like, wait for him to like try to hit me and then I just like dodge him, right? Okay. Gotcha. Gotcha, gotcha. What is it? You tyrant? Oh, fuck! Shit! Like, what if I just wait here? Ah! That's so hard! Okay. Oh, okay. I just gotta keep my eye on him. Fuck! Okay. This is hard. I wanna avoid like his left side. He's freaking like... He's freaking like right-handed. What is this? Ah! Oh my god! Why did you walk right in front of him, Dion? Okay. No way! Oh my god. Okay. Huh. Okay. Got it. I got it. I got it. Okay. I got it. That's what she's... That's what... No, it's not the time, Yoshi! Okay. Okay, Mr. Tyrant. Mr. X. Okay. Leon Kennedy, my love. Okay. I'm locked in, guys. I'm locked in. I'm locked in. I'm locked in. I'm locked in. Okay. 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 Wait. This view is so much better. Hold on. Okay. Fuck. First. Fuck! Oh my god! F you. Do I have a... Oh my god! It's like a game attack. It really is a game attack, actually. I'm cornered. Oh my god! Not good. I don't know why I ran there. Why did you run there, Shinobi? Why? Why did you run there? Why? Okay, it's okay. Right, you got this, Shen. Okay. This. Oh, goodness gracious. Why, Shen? Why? I don't know, Shen. Why did you run there, Shen? I don't get it. Your freaking muscle memory.
You're not really fun. I'm just gonna get into it because they would have fun.
Jesus. Okay, come here, come here. Come here, you little. Come here, I know you want a piece of this. Come. No! Oh my god. Oh my god. Wait for him to come here.
7 minutes until destination.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I did time that a lot better. Come on. Come on. Come on. Please don't hit me. Oh my god. Please! Oh my god. How do I undodge? How do I dodge that? I'm stuck. I'm stuck! Oh my god. Okay. Oh my god, I was trying to run away! Okay. Stop! Oh my god. Okay. 6 minutes. 6 minutes. 6 minutes. 6 minutes. 6 minutes. How do? Okay, I want him to like avoid going to the center. Cause once he goes to the center, it's like game over for me. Actually, he can like reach me in every corner. Stop! Okay. How do I? Okay, that shit does not stop. How do I avoid that? Don't I need like the... Okay. Okay, from what I know, in order to like avoid that, I need like the stones that like falls off, you know? Hey Shen, do you run faster with the grenade in your hand, or does he run at the same speed with the gun? I think he runs at the same speed. I don't think there's a difference. Yeah. But it's okay. You know? I'm crisscrossing.
Use the central elevator to evacuate immediately to the bottom level train platform.
It's okay. I wanted to ask, why do you keep aiming for his arm? I don't know. I figured because like whenever I shot his arm, like the flame on his arm like ignites, you know? So I assume that's where I'm supposed to shoot, right? Or should I shoot his head? Am I supposed to shoot his dome piece? You cannot avoid it. You hide behind the rubble, or you have to interrupt him with damage. Oh, okay. Okay. I got it. Okay. Come at me. Come at me.
7
Okay.
minutes until...
Oh my god! Woo! God, that was so close. Ah! Why? Oh my god! I keep getting stuck in the freaking wall. So I'm like hugging it. Oh my god! Get up, Leon! Oh my god! Okay. Do I even have it? I only have one grenade. Rip. I used up all of my grenade when I was fighting that freaking the guy with the eyes. Oh my god. Okay. Freak. Freak. Okay. Okay. Oh no! Oh no, Leon! Oh no! Okay. Who missed this? Do your little dancey dance, you. Do your little dancey dance. Do it. Ha! You loser! Oh my god. Come here. No! Oh my god. Yeah, you better miss. Oh my god. Stop! Oh my god. Leon, get your ass up, Leon. Get your ass up. Get your ass up. Do your little dancey dance. Do it. Stop! Okay. That is a terrible spot. I hate how he like freaking 1KO me like that. This is terrible. Okay. You know what? Doing good. When he stabs it, it looked like the area on his chest was pulsing. Birkin? Ah! Okay. William Birkins. Freaking William. This is Hulk gone wild. Actually. I'm gonna just skip this. Come at me! Come at me! Do it. Okay, okay. that was not good. Okay. You know what? It's okay. It's totally good. Doing great. Come here! Oh my god. Oh. Yeah, pulsing like his heart is exposed. Holy F! Okay. No way. Come here, you loser! Come here! Ah! Oh my god! Please. Yeah, do your own dancing dance! Do it! Ah! Oh my god! Did I use my urban raid? Okay. No, why did you break that? Fudge. Ah! Okay. Are you gonna do your little dancey dance? Ah! Oh god! Run, Leon! Ah! Just freaking run! Oh my god! Ah! God. Come at me, please! Jesus Christ! Oh my god. Literally clutching my pearls, guys. I'm not even kidding. Ah! Okay. Okay. I only have one grenade. Okay. Thank you for the bonk. Thank you. Thank you for the bonk. Ouch, guys. Ouch. My ego is already hurt. You don't gotta like bring me down anymore. close, it means that the battle is advancing. It must be close almost until it has half the space. Okay. Yeah, you save it for that attack. Okay. Okay. Since I have like 2 of the stone blocks, I'm just gonna wait it out. Save the grenade for the freaking 3rd one. If I can. That's the plan. That is the plan. So thank you for the bonk, Yoshi. Thank you. Alright. Alright, going good, guys. Going good. Going good. Going great, actually. Like, I feel amazing. I feel awake. I feel so awake. What the hell? Okay. My face is literally so close to my screen. I'm ready. I'm a crack dodger. You know what? I might as well just pre-do these. Okay. Come at me. Come here, father, come here. Okay, nice. Nice.
7 minutes until detonation.
Nice. Okay. Oh shit! Okay. Good. Oh my god! Calm and steady. Steady wins the game. Easy. Oh my god! I can't believe that hit me. No! Why did you break that? Oh my god. You little freaking dance, you little B-word. No, you're right. What you doing? Ah! Oh yeah. That move is literally, oh my god, so annoying. Freaking Leon Kennedy, I swear to God, Leon Kennedy, I swear to God. Leon Kennedy, oh my god, Leon Kennedy, oh my god. Leon Kennedy, I swear to God, Leon Kennedy. Don't get it. I swear to God, Leon Kennedy, I swear to God. Oh my god! Leon Kennedy. God! Leon Kennedy, I swear to God. I'm so dead. Yeah, chest needs to be weak point so that can stun him after so many hits. Okay. Okay. I see. Alright guys, I'm gonna go take a piss. I'm gonna go water the can. I'll be back. Okay, I will be back. BRB. Just gonna go to the bathroom to scream a little bit. I'll be back. Alrighty, I am back, everyone. Piss speedrun. Yup, piss speedrun indeed. Okay. You know, when I was watering the can, I realized sometimes maybe I just need to like shut my mouth, you know, and focus. You know, maybe I'll do better if I just like shut up. Yup, instead of like screaming, you know. So that is what I'm gonna do. You know, just shut up and like focus. Alright? Alright. I'm shutting up now. Okay. I'm locked in. Okay.
Until detonation.
What did you have to break that? Okay. Oh my god, okay.
6 minutes until detonation.
Okay. Okay, guys. I told you I just gotta shut up. I told you I just gotta shut up. Okay.
Where did this thing
Can I just grab it? Can I just grab it? Ah! Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Time for phase 2. You better shut up, Chaos. You better shut up. I am not ready for phase 2. You better shut up. In a way. Get out of here! Oh my god. I'm not dealing with you anymore. Oh my god.
Shit! Gotta get out of here.
Ride the rails! Ride the rails! Can I do it? Come on, can I do it? God, Leon, please. Only one Rocky left. Yeah, I know. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, is this the end? Is this the end?
I believe I actually miss her.
Sad boy hours. Sad boy hours. Oh my god. Oh my god. Sad boy.
Leon?
Hey.
Who the F is that little girl? Who is that little girl?
Just like I said we would.
That's Claire. Wow. Wow, guys. Wowzers, wowzers. Oh my god, Shen, you are amazing. Shen, you are amazing. You are so good when you shut your mouth, Shen. Oh my god. You are You are amazing, Shen. Oh my god. Oh my god, Shen, you are amazing when you shut your own mouth. Oh my goodness. Shen, you are oh my goodness. Yes, I beat the game. Yes, yes. Oh my goodness. Birkin's daughter? Oh! Damn, he had a daughter? That was for Claire's story? Ooh, Claire's story. Oh my god. That was amazing shit. You're so good! You did not just do that. I told you got this on the last fight. Thank you guys! Thank you! Oh my god! This is so stressful, but it feels so good, you know? It's like a good kind of pain, you know? Oh my goodness. I love it. I love it. Thank you. Thank you, Yoshi. Thank you for the bug. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for the head pads. Thank you. Oh my goodness. I'm like, it feels good. And you know what? I'm actually so impressed that like I finished this super quick too. Like, how long did I play it last time? Like 5 hours? Like I played it for like 5 hours. Right? I started it like last stream, right? Like this game is only 2 streams. And I finished it super quick in like 20 hours. Less than 20 hours? Oh my god. That is, oh my god. This is, oh my god, this is crazy. Oh my god. Thank you for the head pads. Oh my god. Oh my god. She should start a playthrough with Claire. You know what? I will actually. I think I'm gonna do Claire's playthrough. Cause I wanna see how different it is with Claire. So I think next stream, next solo stream, guys, Claire playthrough for sure. All right, for sure. Oh my god. Woo! More RE2! Yes, more RE2! This is actually so fun. I love it. I love the pain it gives me. This is amazing. Now I can sleep. I feel really bad, but enough to stay and watch this. Oh no, Javier. I'm sorry I kept you up. Like, you should be resting and like, you know, eating medicine, taking care of yourself. But now you're watching me getting stressed, finishing RE2. It's crazy. I'm so sorry. Oh my god. Oh Jesus. This is actually crazy. Oh, I can skip it. Wait, what is this? Is that tentacle I see? Has the right idea caused this for giant turkey? Oh my god, a chaos! Thank you for the 30 bits. Thank you. Thanks, Sushi. Okay, I really wanted to see you. Oh my goodness. Hold on. I only played it for 30 minutes. I thought 30 minutes. 7 hours? Like in total? Wait, how is it 7 hours and 31 minutes? When when this stream is 7 hours and 25 minutes. Is it just like time total like before I die? Like I don't get it. I don't get how the timing work. Wait. Oh. Saves. 37 saves. A lot of reloads. Oh. Oh, so it doesn't count like when I die, right? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I see now. Okay. Oh my god, see? I told you guys. See, I can finish the game with just the basic pistol. See, amazing. You don't need good guns to be good, you know? It's not about the size, it's about how you work it. Alright guys. We already beat the game. We're just going back and forth. What's this? Play like the mini games. And then this time he wants to. Well, I was playing Cody at first, and then. Oh, this is when we both was. We forgot to press the switch.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah, switch.
Yeah, super dumb. Oh my goodness. You know, I am very proud of myself, guys. Alright, I'll go to sleep. I hope everyone rests good and good night. Good night, Javier. Good night. Hope you rest well. Drink lots of medicine. Drink lots of water. Eat lots of food. You know, and I hope you get better. Have a good night, Javier. Make sure you lock your doors, lock your windows, lock your closet, because I'm gonna lurk. Yup. Alright. Should I find someone to raid? Who should I raid? Who to raid, guys? Let me see if I have anybody on here to raid. I don't, actually. Should I raid another person who's playing RE2? Let me see. Oh my god, that's so loud. Another person who's... Let me see. Unless you guys have someone. Today's an off day for Tia. Oh, is that why she's not streaming today? Damn. Yes. Give me someone, people. Give me someone to raid, please. Lariosaur? Okay. Yeah, she takes weekends off. What? Wait, Tia doesn't stream on weekends? What? Wait, I thought she streams on weekends. Oh my god, I did not know that. I'm a weekend streamer, guys. Alright. Lottie. Osor. Oh, she's doing art! Alrighty, guys, we are gonna raid this person that Yoshi suggested. Okay. Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for joining by. Thank you for the raise. Thank you for the freaking bits, chaos. Thank you for the $30 donation, Buns. You little idiots. I hope you see this. When you wake up. You probably won't, but I hope you do if you do watch this VOD. Thank you all for coming by. Thank you for the follows. Thank you all for the subs. Thank you, everyone. It was fun. Congrats on the win. Thank you. I can't believe I beat the last boss. Oh my god. Thank you. Alright, everyone. I don't really have a message. Just put like goat raid or something. I don't know. But thank you, everyone. Bye bye, Pog.